become chasing that thing. So because you have mentioned in one of your videos that if you are chasing something, it moves away from you. But whenever we have a desire to get something, we start working, and sometimes it become a chasing. So how do we know, or like when we are like chasing, or like when do we know that?
Well, what do you mean by working?
Working on it, let's say like it's making money, or like we have a goal, and to reach that goal, I'll be doing certain things. At some point, sometimes I feel like it's also becoming a chase. But is there a way to know exactly know something is
So,
chasing?
I think an important thing to understand is if I take a moment to respond to a question, and if I ask a question, the question is not as rudimentary as it sounds. So I asked you a question, what is working? And you sort of blew it off. You answered it according to a second grade examination of the fact that a question was posed to you. When anybody else in the world, and I do not mean to be egoistic, it just is the way it is, and if it sounds that way, so be it. When anyone else in the world asks you a question, they're talking nonsense, because they're not really probing. They're simply asking a top of a head question, like a spinal reflex. If I take a moment to ask a question, it should almost be unanswerable. And if you have a response right away, you didn't hear the question. That maybe needs a further discussion. In this world, what happens is that when you speak to another human being, you say blah, 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 and that blah, blah, blah incites a response of blah, 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 which in turn incites you to say blah, blah, blah. And you was everybody listening and everybody in the world, which in turn incites the other person to produce blah, blah, blah. So it really isn't two humans speaking. It is blah, blah, blah speaking to blah, blah, blah. And if the mouths could be excised from the body, and the mouths could both be left hanging in the air, mouth to mouth, and the human being and the body of the human being to whom those mouths belonged, if they just went home and left the two mouths, four total lips, blah, blah, blahing, that's what you have in the world. That's what exists. Therefore, when I say something, when I ask a question, it doesn't mean that you should listen. It doesn't mean that you should think it's important. It doesn't mean that you should take notes. It doesn't mean that you should even be here. I don't have any interest of whether you have any interest in listening or not. What I will say is that if I use any ounce of energy to ask a question, one thing I can promise you, it is not going to be blah, blah, blah. And the question may sound second grade. But that is because everything that you are used to hearing in your entire life isn't really speech. It's just noise. Therefore, because you're accustomed to hearing noise and you're responding to the noise, and that's how your 20 and 30 and 60 and 70 years of life have gone, then when I say something, you behave in the exact same manner as if I'm blah blahing like the rest, and I don't. Because if I was going to blah blah, I wouldn't have taken on the question to begin with. And then if I take on the question, that's one thing. That's 1 ounce of energy. And then if I happen to ask a question, that's another level of energy that I'm expending. And so if I have that expenditure, it would be wise to understand, if you have any interest in what I say at all, not that you should, that if I ask a question, it is about 675,000 times deeper than you think what is being asked. And if that same phrase, if those same words put in that same sequence, in that same order, was asked by anybody else, then the rapid spinal reflex response that you provide would be warranted. In my case, it is not. Not because I'm smarter, not because I'm better, but because I don't blah blah. What is missing in this world is what necessarily must be missing. It has to be missing because the world is composed of cosmetics. The world is composed of nothing that is authentic, genuine, or real. Therefore, the exquisiteness of quality, the carefulness of word choice, the gravity of intention, the precision of speech and action is missing. And when I say that it is missing, it is not a call for revolution. It is not a recommendation that let's all get together and make it no longer be missing. Rather, it is an observation that will be had by anyone who has any interest in wisdom to recognize not that it's missing and therefore it must be corrected, but that it's missing and that there's a reason why it's missing. That it's missing and there's a reason why it will always be missing. When something is what it is, and it cannot change, then all which comes from that thing will also be what it is and will not change. The world and the people of the world will always be as they are. Not devoted to truth, not devoted to the extraordinary heights of quality, not devoted to devotion. Their life does not hang on the edge of the desire to be great, the desire not to waste time. And because that is the nature of the world, and because that is the nature of the people of the world, then all of the offshoots, all of the things downstream, all of the offshoots, all of the things downstream can never change, nor should they, because the source of that which is downstream will never change. One may also wish to ask himself why he is even here. I'm not going to give any tips and tricks. I'm not going to give a how-to. I'm not going to ask you to improve. I'm not going to give you any 5-step plans. I'm not going to answer the majority of questions which come. So one may want to ask himself why they have come here at all. Not that they should or should not. Ask yourself, why are you here? I don't want to know why you're here. But you may wish to ask yourself that question. Human beings have a lot of questions, and rightly so, because life is extremely confusing. It is very, and as a result, there is endless confusion and suffering and misery and turmoil and strife in every human life. But the way out of those things is never through the vehicle of prescription, of method, technique, hack, and how to. Those are for very small minded, single neuron human beings. And small mindedness and single neuronness is largely a function of conditioning. It isn't a function of innate human capacity, because the human is capable of amazing things. It is largely a function of conditioning, of brainwashing. Society and its minions and experts and the entire world of its gurus and books and media and on, they have created the human being. Let's say they have recreated him. They have created a person who babbles and doesn't know what he is babbling. And if he doesn't know something, he'll ask how to. And even if he is given a how to, he won't do it. And even if he does it, it won't work. Life demands a serious human being because life itself is serious. One cannot. His life is war, and it's certainly a war if all you have is a slingshot. Then the war never ends. Absolutely exist, but they don't exist in the framework, in the lens, and by way of the vehicle through which human beings have been conditioned to pursue them.
Hi, Kapil. Thanks for taking my question. How do you remove the conditioning that gets in the way of greatness among your clients, please?
Your entire life is filled with beliefs, opinions, and prescriptions. That's your entire life. That's everybody's entire life. They have a lot of ideas about things. They think that things are this way and not that way. They have an endless number of beliefs about things. They have a framework and mental models, all this garbage. How can a person whose psyche is so full even have the mechanical possibility of learning anything? Because anything that is true falls in the face of that which is false, or flies in the face of that which is false. But if someone is convinced of falseness, then he will automatically see that which is true as being foreign and not truth.
Hello. Thank you for taking my question. I'm certain of one thing in my life, and it's I don't want to waste it. And in my pursuit of not wasting it, I read and I listen to others, and I'm still flat. And I'm wondering, what is one to do, or for someone who doesn't want to waste their life, how would another person think about, or sorry, I'm struggling here to articulate question here. I have an understanding that life is very precious. Precious is very temporary. However, at the same time, the business that I'm in and the work that I do, although it's useful, it isn't pleasant. Have this experience, and I'm not looking for an answer here. I'm just wondering why the mechanism is this way, right? Like, understanding and emotions, and I'm just trying to understand why the feeling and what needs to be done are sort of counterintuitive, if that makes sense. Like, if it needs to be done, it should feel good, right? But my experience is the opposite. So I don't know if I made any sense.
According to you don't want to waste life, and therefore your remedy for that is to read and listen to others. What does that mean?
It means that I don't have a solution for the problems that needs to be solved, and so I ask others for advice. And even when I listen to their advice, my spinal reaction is just like, I don't even. It's wrong, I won't do it. And so my question is around, like, why am I insistently asking the question?
But you have to look at things. You have to look at things reasonably. And if you have are you in search of a solution to a problem, or you have a question about something, whatever it is, and I mean this, things that are non-mechanical.
That's right.
If you read a book, or if you ask a person, to find the answers to your questions, the book that you read and the person that you ask for it to have any possibility of helping you in any consistent way. Is that correct?
Thank you for taking my question. I am my own that are really going to change my industry. But now that I've done that, I worry that first principles are along the lines of prescriptions that I've created.
So I've been living on my own for over a decade, and it's been good. And I have always done what I've wanted to do, so to speak. Just over the years, though, I've been getting more and more pressure from family to kind of abide by certain traditions or customs, et cetera, et cetera. And I've never. It's just I've never felt compatible with those things. I've never abided by them and compromised to them. And the pressures become harder or stronger and stronger. And my question to you is, it seems I've been investigating this feeling for a while, and it seems like I'm struggling to give myself permission. And it seems like I'm kind of looking to someone else or somewhere else to get permission to do what I want to do. Even though I've been doing it, it's just, I guess, like a guilty conscience almost. And so my question to you is, I guess, like, what am I not understanding about giving myself permission in this case?
Well, it's too narrow of a question, and the context is not. I don't know enough about the context to answer that question. But one thing I will say from a foundational perspective is that when there is clash, when there is the first things that often goes is one's manner of speaking, and an obvious demonstration of respect. And regardless of the detail of any question, if that is held strongly to as a foundational element, problems either go away or they certainly limit the bleeding, and they.
Hi, Kapil. Thank you so much for your work. I find nowadays that a lot of my life feels like gambling in a sense, even with anything professional or personal, because there's not really a spot where anyone can land on pure truth, or me personally being exposed to so much non-truth in my life, which I realize. I find that I just start making kind of statistical ideas of how, like, modeling how the chances of my life are going to go forward, whether that's like a thought or an action or whatever not. Trusting other people and trusting myself still feels like gambling in the same sense. Do you have any perspective on that?
Well, why wouldn't it be gambling?
I guess because the results are the same with myself and other people at the same time, if that makes sense.
Sure, why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't it be gambling, whether it's you, your neighbor, or a frog? Why wouldn't it be gambling?
I guess because the opposite of gambling is having some sort of assured idea of what is happening, and there's an assured sense of where it's going, I guess.
And that sounds like truth.
Right. It feels just as unsure as the gambling part.
Okay, so if you don't know the truth, then why isn't it gambling. It's not even gambling. It's a virtual guaranteed loss. At least gambling, you can roll the asking for advice, or even from any source which does not know truth, have truth, or is devoted to truth, isn't just gambling.
Is it fair to say that trying to search for someone who does have the truth is also gambling in a sense as well, I guess? Again, I'm not trying to search for a resolution here, I guess.
If you're trying to search for someone who has the truth, I don't know what else you could do, whether that person is yourself or somebody else. I don't know what else you could do. I mean, I don't. That would not be unwise, because if you found that person, then you will have found a source that can benefit you for the rest of your life.
Hi there. My question is around emotion. And there seems to be a gap between emotion and my reptilian brain can't help but action towards my emotion. Is the human can't help it, right?
So who told you, where did you read about, quote, reptilian brain?
No, I something in my college. Yeah. It's like it's just like an automatic reflex. That's what I'm trying to communicate. But there seems to be something about it that I don't quite fully understand, and I'm wondering if what's blocking me is me trying to explain it, and I want to know why is it like that, and I don't know if you felt
so.
It
sounds like you're a scientist.
I don't know. I work in finance now, but
well, it sounds like you have a scientific bent. It sounds like you have a academic view about things. It sounds like you have an analytical,
it's true,
black and white, mathematical, biological type of predisposition.
Yeah, that's true.
And those who have that really will have, I mean, everybody has a difficult time with truth, but the people who have that type of predisposition and intellectuals and so forth, they're virtually side of truth forever.
Yeah, that's my feeling.
Because truth does not fit into a test tube. And truth cannot be taught according to principles and analysis. And truth is something which lives between the hard lines of science and mathematics. And therefore, it demands that a person either alter himself, not that he should, or that a person has the type of predisposition which allows him to enter almost liquid milieu as opposed to that which is made of brick and mortar?
After reading your work, have found that I'm very fearful of the common people, the psychosis that pervades lots of things, popular delusions. I'm fearful of the consequences of that. I have panic attacks where it seems to me like humanity will overcome me. There's nothing I can do. I live in a city and I often fear collapse. I have elderly parents who I would not like to see suffer. And my question is, I feel like I cannot exist in time. I don't want to fear people, and I don't want to exist in a state of fear. And I'm wondering what it is that allows someone to pursue the truth and not be terrified by what that may lead
Well,
to.
the question is, the fear is a very big question, and it cannot be answered in this kind of format. But what I will say that it isn't about society, and it isn't about other people. The issue is the world is a sewer, always will be. It's a snake pit, always will be. So the person who worries about sewers and snake pits, that's not going to go anywhere. So that's what I can tell you. It's never in the world.
Hi, Kapil. Thanks for your time. Growing up, I was always a sensitive and weak kid. And so as I've been getting older, closer to my 30s now, I've been trying to become mentally a bit more resilient and physically more resilient too, to kind of protect myself from the emotional and physical assaults of the world. Over the last couple of years, I felt...
Hello, doctor. I have a question, and it's not a question, it's a feeling. I want to know, why does truth intimidating? Is it because it reminds us of death? I'm just curious. Not curious, I just want to know. Thank you.
I cannot answer that question for you. I mean, if you feel that it's intimidating, so be it. Somebody else may feel something else. It's not surprising. There's some degree of trepidation that perhaps arises, but I cannot answer why you feel a certain way.
Then, does the truth have...
Hi, Kapil. Thank you for having me. I've been wondering about the pursuit of the truth and how it folds in on itself. If you pursue the truth, then you're an asshole for trying to be the guy that pursues the truth. But even personally, if you pursue the truth, then you're going against what your body does naturally. I guess what I'm asking is there's still always some force that says don't do this, or a really annoying voice. Why does this exist? What is the purpose of that? Everything else in my life seems to be so efficient except for this one voice.
Well, it doesn't really sound like you want to pursue the truth, not that you should, because you seem to be, from your question, you seem to be asking why the other things arise which are annoying you and stopping you from seeking it. You seem to be more interested in that part as opposed to the desire to seek the truth, despite what things may arise. I could be wrong, but that's just what your question seems to suggest.
Well, the difficult part is, and I think that maybe some of the people in the room also relate, is that you have the part of you that realizes the truth, maybe that you're speaking, but it then goes to the idea of whenever you start really subscribing to the idea of truth, like going to zero, like, or I don't know what that means, but I think that a lot of the who cares, just I get my ideas folded in on themselves because the truth seems to be like naturally evasive. Why? Why is that? Or is
Well, that's
that
because
just
of your conditioning.
right? But what does that
And so
mean?
so what that means is that when you grow up in a particular world, right, which is the world that everybody knows right in front of you, society and so forth. And in that world are, various voices and media and print and so forth, notions that you've heard all of your life from the very beginning, and relating to life, relating to, and as you got older, more so-called sophisticated, perhaps in the arena of self-help and spirituality. And maybe you read some books, and maybe you heard some podcasts,
Right.
and over time, all of these things infiltrated you, and therefore that becomes your default setting. So and in other parts of your life, it's fine because everyone's playing the same game as you are. Therefore, the language is the same, and so you can make transactions, so to speak, in the same game that everyone plays. But when it comes to something that is not of the world, that goes beyond the world, that the world does not know, that society does not subscribe to, that literally flies in the face so violently against everything that you've ever been taught, you're on your own. And so the only things that you have are the things that you have imbibed for however old you are up until literally this day. And so when you even approach the truth, it is going to be anti everything, not because the truth wishes to be anti everything, but because everything that you learned was garbage. So if you learned garbage, which is not your fault, but if you've been taught garbage, then that is the truth's fault. But naturally, if you come holding bags of garbage, then the truth is going to be completely opposite of that. Therefore, of course, there's going to be massive resistance. Of course, there's going to be, because then you're being asked to throw away everything you've ever known. And how can you do that?
Can you ask a master carrying bags of garbage how to do, or not how, but like, can you ask them anything? Or do you just have to put down the garbage first before you can even approach the master?
No, you don't really need to put down anything. I think everything is about understanding. I don't think it's about like, give me some teaching, and that's garbage too. So everything that you've heard about spirituality, and maybe even masters, and maybe, like, I would say from 0 to 100, everything that you know is garbage. And if it isn't 100% garbage, it's 72% garbage. But whatever it is garbage. Therefore, if you come and 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 you ask, somebody who may know a little bit, that you want to learn something, it really is the understanding of what you're coming with, and not that you should demean yourself, and not that you should move against yourself and try to put down the garbage. It really is a mature understanding that, okay, that I've just grown up with garbage, and the truth is something else. And so, do I want to pursue that or not? And there's no how to pursue. There's no how should I approach. Everything is done. Anything that is serious is done by way of maturity. And maturity does not mean, button up your tie and put on a stern face and be all adult and mature. That has no meaning. That's just form. Maturity means that you understand where you are, and you understand that it isn't really your fault that you're here, but you do have an affinity for whatever reason for the truth, if you do, and that there's always somewhere that you must begin.
Hi, Doctor. Thank you for the opportunity for us to ask questions. Why do you think societies cater to the lowest common denominator, and do you think there be a society that does not?
Why are you asking about society? Who cares about society? I mean, you don't ask about what the color of the nearest sewage plant near your house is. Why are you asking about society? Who cares? Of what relevance? You're going to change society?
Sir, I want to ask a question that I've been very disappointed with my life. Every day there is so much trouble and pain, and I've seen that there is a desire underlying all of it. This is a desire for not wanting to be born, but I think this is a reactive response to the fact that I have not achieved what I wanted to achieve in my life, and every day is very much hard. I just want to know what understanding does it require for me to see that what I need to understand to, first of all, what I need to understand to be free from this constant bombardment from my mind. I think mind is standing in between me and what I want to achieve. Thank you.
If you don't have what you want, then you can go get it, however long it takes. If you don't really want it, then you don't have to go get it.
My question is, well, I'm a musician, artist, songwriter, and people are really in the art world. People are all about they like to talk about influences, like what's your influences and all that. And I think it's maybe 1 out of 20 pieces of music I make sounds like an original piece of music. It sounds like myself and not like anybody else. But then I listen to it back like a week later or a month later, a year later, and I pick apart little things like, this actually sounds like this person, or this actually sounds like this thing. And I'm thinking it may be impossible to create music that's free of the influence of other artists, or impossible to create art that's free of the influence of other artists. I was just wondering if you agree with that.
Well, it could be that what you're most influenced by is the pressure from others who want to know what your influence is.
Hi there. I just wanted to ask, if we don't have enough desire to achieve something, can we do it through induced fear? Is fear a good replacement for desire if the desire is not there? Thank you.
It isn't about asking about rules.
Hi, Kapil. Thanks for doing this tonight. So I wanted to ask you about the concept. I understand this is a concept, but the concept of trauma, and especially within the mind. And the reason I want to ask this is because growing up, I had several traumatic experiences as a child, but nowadays things are fine and I thrive living on my own. But I noticed that in my day-to-day, especially when I talk to certain kind of people at work or just in general, sometimes my mind could kind of hijack my reaction to certain triggers. And it feels like almost automatic. And I know after investigation, I realized it's due to some of those traumatic things that happened as a child. And so I wanted to ask you essentially, like, is trauma itself, is this a real thing? Or is this just another concept that I'm kind of being fooled by?
That's a big question to ask if trauma is a real thing. I mean, it's a real thing, and with regard to the fact that you feel the way you feel, and it had an impact, upon the person, and it was, as obviously, negative impact. Is it a real thing? It depends how far you want to take that. Is anything real? So it's that kind of question. That kind of question really only matters if you're asking what is reality then. Because if you're asking is it a real thing, then basically then you're subdividing things, and you're saying, okay, well, then I'll allow this part to be real, but then other parts not to be real.
Right.
And so it's not really it. I mean, you can't really say it's not a real thing, because unless an individual deeply wants to know, because, and what I mean by that is, unless an individual deeply wants to know the truth about things, that's the only way that that's the only person to whom you can answer this question. Because otherwise, if someone doesn't really want to know the sort of the truth about things, then to say it's not a real thing is to diminish,
Right.
and diminish the effect that it had upon.
May I add a bit more context?
I'm not sure if I'm entirely ready for a question yet, but I've tried asking you questions several times, and generally there's no response. But I read your book, Overcoming the World. There's a chapter about school which really spoke to me. You write, where does bullying begin, and where is bullying the most prevalent, and schools. This is something that has followed me all my life. I just want to say that it really, what you've written really just kind of, it cuts through parts of my soul which I've experienced in a very horrifying way, societal conditioning. I wish to understand if there is a way to kind of have this not follow me everywhere. It seems like bullying is the most prevalent form of social abuse, and
You were doing fine until you asked, is there a way to do something, and then everything falls apart.
Hi, Phil. I'm 24, and I've been listening to you and following you for about 5 years now. And over like the last 1 or 2 years or something like that, the thing that's been really insightful and like for the first time in my life, like transformative, is seeing, I guess, like the depths of like my own afflictions and like the holes in my beliefs and like the things that I have taken from the world. And it's like truly had a profound impact on my life. And I found a lot of peace in that. But I guess my question is, in ultimate truth, or like arriving at like where you truly like deeply want to go, is there anything beyond seeing the depths of your afflictions and your beliefs and the problems that you create for yourself? Or is it just seeing all of those? Is it seeing through all of those?
It's a prescriptive question disguised as a non-prescriptive question.
How can I get guidance to my mind from my true self every moment?
How can I get guidance for my mind for my true self?
Now, how can I get guidance? How can my mind get guidance from my true self every moment?
So are you new here?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll tell you this, and you're not going to be ready for the answer. Do you want to hear it?
Yes.
The answer is not going to help you at all. In fact, there's a fair possibility. I can't tell what you're going to do, there's a fair possibility you probably never come back. The answer to your question is there's no how. The answer to your question is there is no true self. So the entire sentence is made up of gobbledygook that you have gotten from the world, be it the spiritual community and all the garbage. And not that you need to change that. You don't. You can keep asking that question and swallowing up all that stuff. But I can't answer a question that whose every word is based upon untruth. Not that you tried to make it that way.
Hello. So my name is Avinash. I'm starting college this is my first year, and I'm starting to see after reading your discourses, and I've read your master's Secret Whispers, I think, from Amazon on my Kindle, and I'm starting to feel like I'm wasting time talking to others, but at the same time, I don't feel like I know exactly what I want. Is there any questions that I should be asking myself?
So then why did you go to college?
Because my parents want me to go to college. I don't want to disappoint my parents.
Okay, no, that's an honest answer, and I respect your answer. So you're going to college, and you're just going to go through, do a bunch of stuff there, whatever college people do. It's all nonsense, like everything else. But even if you don't know what you want to do, then you'd be at home doing nonsense. So it doesn't really matter. It's all nonsense. So everything is nonsense until you know what you want to do. And then when you know what you want to do, then you usually end up doing nonsense too, because then you listen to the world and the so-called experts who tell you that if that's the thing that you want, then you have to do X, Y, and Z, and all the X, Y, Zs are nonsense. So it really is about trying to find out what it is that you want to do. If you have no clue, then you have no clue. But I don't know what you mean by I tried to listen to other people, but what did you say about that? Something is wrong about that?
I meant to say that I talked a lot less than most people socialize. I find myself not wanting to. I don't have any incentive to socialize with others, but again, I really want to get closer to finding out what I want. I just don't know the questions that would help me realize if I want to do something or not, and I want to continue through and work towards greatness with that thing or not.
So why? So where did you get the idea of greatness?
I thought it would be a waste if I'm not working towards something.
And by working towards something, though, you don't really know what you want to work towards.
Yeah, that's the misunderstanding that I have.
Yeah, and it's not really a misunderstanding. It's just where you are. And so, what do you think? What do you think is a way that you find useful that might help you potentially find what you want to do?
I think if there's no concept of time while I'm doing something, that's something that's worthwhile putting.
Okay, and has anything come up that satisfies that?
No, not yet. I feel whenever I'm doing something, I feel like time is going by, and I would like to get rid of that feeling.
Well, good luck with finding what you want to do, but I do respect your honest answers. And if you have, honesty within you, then, there's a fair chance that you'll approach things in a fairly sensible way. Good luck with everything.
Thank you, sir. I love your work.
Thank you.
Feel. I had a question related to your experience in golf, and because I've heard you talk a lot about prescriptions being useful for mechanical things, but then you have with sports, there's a certain threshold. Like I've heard you say before, short game is 95% mental, which I totally agree with. At what point does mechanics separate from the art form?
Well, you can't really define that,
right?
I mean, I think you know that. I think you can't really say that you're at X point and now it's no longer
right.
mechanical. So what is your real question?
Well, I'm just trying to understand the dance. Is it a more or less?
So what's bugging you? What's bugging you?
What's bugging me is I just started getting into golf, like really getting into it, where there's like a real passion there, and there's obviously mechanical issues, and there's this dynamic between mentally thinking about the mechanics versus really focusing on the artistic expression.
Well, in order to not think about the mechanics, then if you're going to hammer a nail, you can hammer the nail once you know how to hold the hammer and move the hammer.
Right. So once you feel confident.
So if you don't know how to move the hammer and hold the hammer, then you can not think all you want. It's you don't know how to move the hammer, right? And so the biggest thing is always with regard to the coaching. That's where all the problems sort of happen. Is not that you should be coached or shouldn't be coached, or it isn't that isn't the question. Really, it is that the lostness happens when, just like the lostness happens with life and mind and everything else, it's always in the accumulation of the jargon.
Right.
And the more you accumulate the jargon, the closer, or the more you potentially become lost. So that's what I'll tell you, is that there's just a lot of jargon in everything, every culture, every subculture. What business are you in?
What business? Personal development and coaching.
Okay. So personal development is a total sham, because it doesn't, because, and I'm not trying to demean you or anything. It's just the entire premise. It's kind of like I'm in the trying to make muddy water clean business. Right. It isn't real. So it's full of just garbage, and business is full of garbage, and sports is full of garbage, and all domains, investing is full of garbage, and finances, and everything is it's all garbage. Garbage is the default. But then it doesn't mean that it can't be done well. Right. But the understanding is that no matter what domain or what field you're in, anywhere in the world, it's 0.000000000.01 of it is perhaps not garbage. And that's what you have to find in everything. And golf is no different, and business is no different. Whatever you put in a search engine and get the 47 million results, it's all 47 million results of garbage. So the rate limiting step as to where you really go in anything is how effectively you can sift through the garbage, and if you have the DNA to actually recognize or to be able to accept, not that you should, that everything's garbage.
Right.
Hello, Dr. Gupta. I'm 23 years old. I'm a student, and I have been consuming your work for about 2 years now. And my current question is, how do I find what aligns with my natural abilities and natural talents?
So if you're following my work for 2 years, you should know that to ask that question is blasphemy, right? I mean, you should know that question is not going to go anywhere. The fact that I'm even giving a response is really charitable.
Hi, Dr. Gupta. When I was young, I really enjoyed other people. And until I was about 13, I really felt like my relationships with other people made sense, and that I could understand them. And then in high school and college, I just could not. It was the exact opposite. I couldn't find my bearings, and I couldn't understand how people could be the way they were, or more appropriately, I couldn't understand why I couldn't understand other people. And now the state of the world really bothers me, and the state of humanity really bothers me. And
the state of humanity has never been different. The state of the world has never been different. The world has always been the world. People have always been people. The good and the bad, and the wrong and the right, and the good part of society and the bad. Those are all fabricated notions. The world was never different. It was. You might have some cosmetic differences. You might have some differences, and before there was horse and carriages, and now there's, electric cars, and and before they went to bed when the sun went down, and woke up when the rooster crowed. I mean, the people have always been the same. The world will always be the same. It will never change. People are people. The world is the world. It isn't good or bad. It just is what it is.
Hi, Kapil. Been following your work for the past 3 years, and I can feel a lot of qualitative changes in how I have started to deal with things in general in relationships at home, with my family, with my kids. And for the most part, I feel liberated and light. However, that feeling doesn't last a lot, and especially when dealing with sickness, and it doesn't have to be any major sickness, but even mild sicknesses, I tend to realize that that feeling of general relief is lost. Is that the mind's trick, or are there biological limitations to achieving that relief as a human?
No, there's no limitations.
Namaste, Kapil, and thank you so much for hosting this. I've been examining a lot about the antics of my mind, and I'm trying to understand the concept of self forgetfulness in anything that I do, and I'm confused about the various things that the mind does, and I don't want to get into definitional games here, but things like paying attention versus being aware versus consciously doing something, and self-forgetfulness. I know that thinking is from the mind, but then I don't know if paying attention or being aware and not get caught by the.
So why does this matter?
I suppose I feel that when I'm, for example, consuming content in the media, I also feel like I'm forgetting myself, but it drains my energy, as opposed to I am doing something like my craft and having a self-forgetful.
So why do you want to pay attention to what happens in the media?
Because it is a waste of my time, which I realize after the fact. I'm trying to do things consciously, but
you're asking about how to more effectively pay attention to the media, which you have recognized is a waste of your time.
I don't necessarily I don't necessarily want to know how to. I am basically observing some of the patterns of.
But if you're watching the media, why do you want to be aware, observant, conscious, whatever your words are, at all? Why? Even if you were asleep, would that be better?
If I'm aware, I'm not I'm not falling for the trap of mindlessly consuming content, right? At least I can catch myself doing it.
But aren't you? But aren't you? Aren't you mindlessly? I'm not saying that you are or not. I'm asking, based upon what your own statements are you not just mindlessly consuming content? If you yourself have stated that what you have found in the media is a waste of your time?
Yes,
So then why do you want a more efficient way to do that?
I don't want a efficient way to do that. I just want to catch myself getting into this.
But why do you want to? But I don't understand is why do you want to catch yourself if you said that you have already determined that it is a waste of time? What is there to catch? You could catch yourself if you still feel like it's very useful. But if you have already determined that it's a waste of time, what's left to catch?
The habitual patterns of the mind going in that direction.
But why are you going to those lengths of the habitual patterns? If it's a waste of your time, and you speak English, if it's a waste of your time, not because I say.
No, you're right.
Then why I need to catch the habitual patterns of the mind and if it's a waste of your time, then so either that was not true, not that it should be or shouldn't, but either that wasn't true that you don't think it's a waste of time, or that is true.
It is. I do allow myself to indulge in that pleasure chase from time to time, but after the fact, I find that it is a total waste.
And then, so if you indulge yourself, that's fine. In no way am I trying to get you to stop watching the media. I'm not trying to change your behavior I couldn't care less. Okay. I am simply saying that if that is an indulgence for you, it doesn't matter what you want to learn from me with regard to what is awareness versus what is the self-forgetfulness and what, it doesn't matter. You're going to continue to indulge in that. So as long as that's happening, then you basically are trying to learn more efficient ways through these words of self-forgetfulness and more awareness and less this and that to watch nonsense. And therefore the question has no relevance. And nothing that I said was my own. Everything was based upon what you told me.
Hi, sir. Thank you for the host. I want to ask you, I watched a lot of your content on YouTube. I want to ask you why you didn't talk about boredom. It's a huge part of our life. Thank you.
No, I believe I have. I don't know where, but I definitely have. And first of all, the content on YouTube, it's not that what I talk about or don't, that wasn't put on YouTube by me. That's been compiled by a bunch of people. So it isn't like I decide I'm going to talk about this and then put that on YouTube. I think there's only one thing on YouTube that I put for myself. If I just want to be accurate, I think there's only one thing.
Thank you. What is the most effective question you've ever received?
What does it matter? How is this not like a trivial pursuit? How is this going to affect your life? How is this not plain old curiosity, intellectualism, eating a lollipop?
Hi, Dr. Gupta. Thank you. Over the last couple of years, after discovering some truths that I stumbled upon, I built a life that is practically everything that I could want. And there's a lot of people that I look up to who continue to push further and further, and they're driven by this seemingly deep-seated desire for greatness. And I didn't know this until I had just a little bit of success, but I don't seem to have that same seed. What I worry about is if I don't continue to, do more, build a bigger, better company, affect more lives, build more wealth, so on. I worry that I'll get to the end of my life and figure out something that I don't know now and think, oh shoot, I wish I would have done more. And I suppose my question is, from someone who's seen more than I have, maybe I'm looking for permission. Is it okay to say, this is enough? I found what I wanted to find. I have what I wanted to have. And discontinue, I guess, the dissatisfaction. And
I don't know. What are you looking for?
To know if it's okay to be satisfied.
I mean, why does that come from somebody else? And you mentioned, affect lives and this and that.
Sure.
What if those things matter to you, then they do. If they don't, then they don't.
And that's the problem, is they don't really matter to me. I mean, in small ways, my family and some people around me, it matters, but largely, very little matters to me. And I guess I'm just worried. I know that there's a lot of things that I don't see. I know that there's a lot.
Well, there's going to be a lot of things that you don't see, no matter what. And it's not a question of number. It isn't a question of volume. It's a question of the things that matter most. Do you see those things or not? It's not a numbers contest. And unless there's a wholehearted, devoted, systematic journey of truth, the chances of you seeing them are, I will never say zero, but
sure,
practically very close to zero. And that's not because it's impossible. That's just because you might find 3 people on the planet, not who are smart enough,
yeah,
not who are hardworking enough, not who are talented enough, but who really want the truth.
Thanks for taking my question. As a parent of a grown-up child, I face this conflict of allow her to be independent, try to make things on her own. On the other side, I also think that I need to influence some of her career. I need to be part of her success, and how can I make her successful? So
how are you going to make the person successful? Like, is that person going into the same line of work as you?
No, it's completely different line.
Okay, and so are you a success in the thing that person wants to go into?
No, I'm not.
So then how are you going to make them successful in that thing?
Yeah, I agree. But so what happens is there is always a pressure from society and others from family that try to look for opportunities for her, try to see that whether there is anything I can find out, or try to help her. Of course, I am not really.
No, and that's fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Why, why wouldn't you help if you can help, right? But I don't know. I'm not really sure what your question is.
My question is that I just really I just really don't understand that. Means what is bothering me is that should I really allow her to go as an independent, or is my trying to help her is some way creating a problem for her and kind of damaging.
So you know that imagine a parents who have $1 billion, right?
Yeah.
Imagine a parents who have $1 billion. Okay. So you know that, let's say that the parent gave all $1 billion to their kid, right?
Yeah.
So you would say that you can never guarantee anything. There's no 100%. But you can say there's a fair possibility that to be given $1 billion at 16, 17 years old would cause more problems than it would help. Would that be fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Not that it might not in a particular individual. It might not. I'm not saying 100%. That's why I choose my words very carefully. I said that there's a fair possibility, perhaps more likely than not, that there'll be more problems than there is help. Okay, so I could dwindle that number down and say, okay, what about 500 million? Do you think that would be too much?
Yeah, even that is too much, I think.
Okay,
yeah.
so then what about 26 million? Is that too much?
Yeah, for a young kid like that.
Okay. So what about 600,000? Is that too much?
No, that may not be. Yeah.
Okay, what about 650?
Yeah, that may be too little. Yeah.
So how about 720?
Yeah, it's kind of, I think, a similar situation. Yeah.
Okay. So you're asking me these ridiculous questions that the reason that you ask them is where the question comes from is understandable. It's understandable, but it hasn't been thought out. And the reason it hasn't been thought out is because when you ask the world these questions, they will say, no, don't do anything. Let the person do it himself. Build your own career. Do it yourself. Okay. And then another expert will say, no, you should help. A child needs guidance. Okay. So people are given answers to their nonsense questions. Okay. And they're given answers with conviction. So they ask nonsense questions and they're given nonsense answers. And they're all nonsense because nobody can tell that one person might be given all the freedom in the world and might do fantastic. Another person might be given all the freedom in the world and be a total disaster. And then even beyond that, how can you ever tell that you should give 27.6% freedom, right, to X individual, and this person you should only give 19.4% because the research shows that all the smartest psychologists got in a room and they talked a bunch of crap. And at the end of the day, they came up with a number of 16.7%, and they published it in their idiot psychology journal of 17.6%. That's the new number. This is the problem with these kind of questions. The spirit of the question is understandable. How does one know how much freedom to give and how much? That's a fair question. It's a thing that every human being struggles with, and it has no answer. Therefore, all there is sincerity. All there is trial and error. All one can move forward with is the fact that he doesn't know, rather than asking them outright and then trying to be given an answer in the same way that you gave me an answer, that you got fed up that between 650 and 720, and you couldn't even figure out how much money is too much, and that'll cause the child to be spoiled, and how much is too little, and that'll cause the child to starve. There's your answer.
So I've been on this journey for a while. I mean, everyone is, but there are certain truths that I've realized in my life, and somehow like the fears have reduced, and I see how emotionally I've gotten rid of things, but somehow the suffering never seems to go away, and for some reason it just keeps getting deeper and deeper. And the worst part about all of it, I feel, is that the other people around me, like, maybe they haven't realized the truths about their life, or I don't know, it just seems like everyone else gets smarter, or I just feel like I I don't exactly belong, right? So um and in that manner, I don't know why.
So belong to what?
Belong to how things function, like how it's so easy for people to just be in the world, and how it's so easy for them to like navigate through situations. And yeah, maybe.
Who do you find that so easily navigates through situations in the world?
I don't know, maybe they have something that they hold on to in their life, like maybe.
So do you live with them?
I mean, just people around me, like everyone, like every single person.
Yeah, so every single person. Do you live with every single person?
No.
Do you go to their house?
No.
Do you know what they do day and night?
I mean, I can understand that they are suffering, they have their own suffering to deal with, but they have things to look forward to. They have things in this life that they are hopeful about, and something they strive to be, or they
So
have.
if you were to ask them that they looked forward to 100 things in the past, they would tell you the things they looked forward to, right?
Yeah.
And then they're looking forward to more things.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so what? So then those
So they
things
have
they're looking forward to now are going to be the 100 things in the past in a month.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of aliens you're talking about.
But they fit into the world, right?
Well, it depends what you mean by the world in terms
The
of
society.
how they fit in. So yes, so they fit in. Like, you mean physically they fit into the world? Who is not a part of the world? Raise your hand only if you have a question.
So my question is basically just about jobs. You mentioned before that having a boss is pretty non-ideal in terms of seeking truth. So I was just wondering what role you think self-employment plays in being free enough to seek the truth. If you think it's
why are you asking the question? How is it going to affect what you do?
Because I think, depending on your answer or your perception, maybe I would be more likely to strike out on my own rather than involving other people. I'm wondering.
But why does it matter what I say? Because I never recommended that someone become self-employed versus working for a boss. Whatever things I say, people understandably misinterpret them because they view them from the standpoint of what they are used to hearing in the world. And so if I say something, they view it as me condemning it. You have to really go by what is it that you're looking for, as opposed to doing something that's right. I mean, if you become self-employed, I mean, you phrased it such that I think your phrasing was that I said that having a boss is not ideal as far as seeking truth. Well, you could be self-employed all day long, and that has nothing to do with seeking truth either. So it isn't like a self-employed individual is at a higher advantage of seeking truth. So I'm not really understanding the impetus of the question. If what you do is based upon what I say, then it isn't coming from you.
Right. I guess I've just noticed personally myself that if I'm owned or controlled in some way by someone, like my time is owned or controlled in some way by someone, then it tends to have a suppressive effect on everything else I do. So and
then there's obviously, there's a logical basis for that. That is, that definitely, what you have said makes sense. There's logic in that. If someone tells you, what to do, where to go, how many weeks of vacation you can have, what time you have to come in and leave, and so forth. But I guess it would depend upon how different things would be if you were self-employed. And obviously the boss would change from someone else being your boss to be you being so-called your own boss. But I suppose, sometimes people have a fantasy that things are going to be very different when they're their own boss. And sometimes that's true, sometimes it isn't. So just changing the boss, if that's the only difference, without really knowing what you're going to do and how that's going to play out for you, it may not turn out the way that you think it'll turn out if you believe that just changing the boss might make a massive difference. And I'm not saying it will or it won't. I'm just saying a lot of times people make these assumptions that making a change from one thing to another will give them X, but oftentimes it doesn't. It might, but it may not.
Right. Yeah, I guess I've just had success in the past with finding like the thing that usually there's like one or two things that by eliminating those things, it kind of changes everything else in a really big way. And right now I'm kind of stuck in the phase of trying to figure out what those things are in this particular area of my life. And one strong candidate just seems like not having someone else being able to tell me what to do. But even if I was self-employed, then I would have clients telling me what to do in a sense. So it seems like anytime money's involved, there is some degree of compromise. I guess that would maybe be a smarter version of the question, is how do you avoid compromising while still making money?
Yeah, that's a non-starter. It doesn't go anywhere, because then that's coming down to a prescription that you're asking for, and
right.
That won't go anywhere. So, but it looks like you have some working out to do in your own mind before jumping to any sort of changes.
Hello. When someone wants something deeply and desperately, thinking about it every night and every morning, but as the day goes on and they get into the cycles and routines of the day, be it work, socializing, etc., and the desire seems to go away. What is that? Why does the mind do that? And is sincerity only possible when one is isolated from these so-called mood shifting or intensity reducing elements of life? Thank you.
Why do you ask the question?
I think these so-called elements of life seem to provide a big obstacle in getting me to my goals.
So if you were bleeding out on the floor, would the socialization obstacles get in your way from getting to the emergency room?
Maybe not, but sometimes if they're necessary in the case of work.
Wait, maybe not? Maybe not?
Not in that case.
Okay, so then don't say maybe. Use your words very carefully. Don't put words in that don't have any meaning. So you said maybe not. So if you're going to choose words, choose the appropriate words of what you want to say, unless you genuinely meant maybe not. Unless you genuinely meant that maybe you would allow yourself to bleed out because you had to go to a socialization party or something. Would you do that? And I'm not browbeating you. I'm asking you, would you do that?
No.
So then it can't be the social impediments and the things that you mentioned, the distractions of the day, which are the real problem. If I gave you an example and you said that in that example, the socializations would not be a problem. So the socializations can't be the problem then. Is that fair? And you don't have to agree with me. I'm using second grade logic here. You gave one example, which was your beginning example, in which you said that you were desirous of something day and night, and yet throughout the day the socialization gets in the way, and that lessens the desire. And then I gave you an example, and you said, well, in that example, no amount of socialization would ever get in the way. So then that means the socialization can't be the problem.
That's right.
What exactly does pure desire mean? I've been trying to arrive at my purest desire, but somehow.
Why are you trying to arrive at your purest desire?
Because maybe I want to get somewhere. Maybe because I need something.
But why? What is it that drew you to having or wanting a pure desire?
Because I feel if I have a purest desire, I don't need anything else, any sort of motivations or prescriptions or anything to achieve that desire or to achieve that one thing which I want. Because right now everything I put my hands into.
But then are you not going down the road of, if your desire is pure, then you're using purity as a prescription?
Yeah, I think so.
And there's some things that I'm going to say that are evergreen. They're just not ever going to go away, because with each new human being that is born upon this earth, on the precipice of being conditioned and brainwashed like an assembly line, that's never going to end. And so one of the things that's never going to end, as far as needing to be mentioned, is that it's never going to end that people are going to prescriptionize what I say, no matter the fact that I don't give any prescriptions. And that, once again, isn't a fault, but that is the evidence of conditioning. That is the residue and the remnants of conditioning, because everything in the world that you do, you are being given a how to. You are being given a message. You are being led somewhere with something to do, because that's correct and proper and right and moral and good and healthy and good for you and all this stuff. And so that's how you've been brainwashed. Therefore, you when you come to my work, you're going to bring that same brain. You're not going to get a new brain. You're not going to have a brain transplant before you read my work. You're not going to have a mind transplant before you read my work. So you're going to bring all of those brainwashings over here, and then you're going to read it through the lens of, what are the actionable things? What things should I write down and make sure that I do? Because that's good and that's not, and that's pure and that's not pure. And that's never going to end. And so this is yet another example. I'm not putting you on the spot or anything. I'm just telling you this is what happens. You're not the only one. In fact, every single human being is going to do this. They're going to turn it into something that they should be doing. And that has to become, to a sincere person, if you want sincerity, The sincerity is in recognizing that you are prescriptionizing my work. And in prescriptionizing my words, you're just replacing one thing for another. Then now instead of chasing X, now you're chasing Y. So it doesn't change anything. So as long as one can be cognizant of that, then they don't use words as the idiotic sort of, in the idiotic approach of actionable advice.
Hi, Kapil. In regard to the understanding of the idea of there's nowhere to go, nothing really to say, and nothing really to do, But
where did you get that?
First of all, I've got it from you multiple times. Recently, I got it from someone I highly respected. And the whole point is that when I hear these exact words, it fills me with a very peculiar feeling, like a gentle internal giggle that can last up to 10 minutes. But very shortly after, 30, 40 minutes later, it feels very scary. And I really, what is really going on? Like when I hear those words, something simply odd happens within me, where I want to laugh. I can't even describe the feeling, if I'm being honest with you.
But see, it doesn't matter, because unless something is in your experience, and unless something is founded in your own discovery, there's no point in listening to me or anybody else. My work is never about listen to me. In fact, I go out of my way to say don't listen to me, because if you listen to me too closely, you're going to prescriptionize what I say, and then you're not going to hear anything anyways. So you have to. I just delineate truths, right? There's nothing about it which says that you should follow this truth, and to make sure that you believe this, and make sure you agree with this, and make sure that you write this down. Like, that is so far away from what I do in my work. And that's why the first question I asked you was, where did you hear it? I know that you read it somewhere in what I was writing, and perhaps somewhere else too. But the point I was making is that unless it's your own, just because I say it, people come on, they ask me, well, you said X, Y, and Z, and so I'm wondering, how I should do X, Y, and Z. And my first response is always, well, why did you listen to me? Like, first of all, I can guarantee you that I never told you to do X, Y, and Z. I just delineated that X, Y, and Z might be the truth. But I never said that you should do it. So if you're doing something because I said so, if you're believing me, you're on the wrong track. Because belief is nonsense. Belief is garbage. Belief is trash. Belief and opinion has no reality. It is fantasy land. The only things that mean something, the only things that have the possibility of taking you somewhere, are things that, yes, you might have read them, fine, but they were subsequently detected in your own experience. They were verified by you. You didn't just pluck the belief and shortcutted it, and then now you're just going with the belief because you read it. And that's really the problem with the entire world. I mean, from intellectualism to spirituality to self-help to you name it, it's all garbage. And the reason it's all garbage, it is based upon belief systems. It is based upon you read X from X individual, some influencer or somebody, and then because they said it, you put it in your pocket. And then you have lectures and conferences and these idiotic, stupid things that have no meaning, just people talking at you. And so you have what you get is a legion of puppets, a legion of parrots who are wonderful at memorizing, who are wonderful at parroting material that they have heard, who can recite to you the quote from some famous book that some idiotic author got and wrote on the bestseller list. And they pass that around at cocktail parties because it makes them sound smart, because they're well read. And so wisdom comes from understanding that never should you believe anybody Everything in your life, anything that you read or listen to or hear, should be garbage out of the gate unless you come to that on your own. Doesn't wrong with reading it. Nothing wrong with having heard it or read it somewhere. That's fine. But if you go straight to belief and opinion and acceptance and all this garbage stuff that this entire world is filled with, this entire world is nothing but garbage. Every book should be burned. All speakers should be thrown off stage. No one should be talking about anything. There's only truth. And truth is never something to be believed or accepted or agreed with.
Can I just add something?
Something to add.
Hello, Mr. Kapil. I want to ask you about for legends, for the creation of legends. Do you believe that? I want to hear your explanation on that, if that's possible.
I'm sorry. I didn't understand what you.
All right.
The word that you.
Do you believe that legends are contrarian and at the same time they are right? I want to hear your thoughts on this.
I mean, there's no blanket statement about anything. Everything is individualized. But one thing you can say that if someone becomes a legend, they aren't doing the same old crap that everybody else is doing, right? I mean, I think that's a very sort of basic statement that you can make. Because if someone is run of the mill, if someone is garden variety, if someone is doing what everybody else is doing, then the chances of them becoming a legend are basically zero. So I guess that's a fairly safe statement to make.
Hi, Kapil. I think I understand what you mean when you say that the mind is an endless pleasure chase, and everything, including my mind, is actually false. I see that when I'm doing certain tasks, when I'm not under pressure and I'm like taking a walk, I try to be vigilant about my thoughts that arise to make sure that I shoot them.
So what does that mean, to be vigilant about your thoughts? Why would you do? First of all, what do you mean by that? And secondly, why would you do that?
I feel that the mind will put me into its endless spell. I just keep thinking about a thought and then another thought arises and it just.
So what do you mean by vigilant about my thoughts?
I try to see the moment it arises and try to, and if I see that it arises and if I realize that, then it kind of shuts down. So that's what I mean by being vigilant. Like when I am very, if I am fully aware of everything that is happening. And
why do you want to shut down?
Because it is just an endless cycle of reactivity.
But isn't it also not an endless cycle of reactivity for you to be then vigilant about your thoughts?
It is okay.
I'm not saying you should or shouldn't do it.
Okay.
I'm simply asking you questions.
Yeah. It is. I think I am being reactive in terms of not wanting to fall into the spell of thoughts.
And where did you pick that up from?
When I read your books, the Atmaman book, I felt it was true that everything that I do is always an endless chase, and I feel that at least my mind is just keeps going on in circles all the time.
But where did you? But that's not what I asked. I said, where did you pick up? I meant, where did you pick up this notion that you should watch your thoughts or be vigilant about your thoughts?
So two places, I think. One place is that I mentioned that I think in one of your talks you mentioned that a realized person is one who has his thoughts. His thoughts are like his mind is like his pet, and he can kind of use it and not use it whenever he chooses. And
Yes, but that isn't done prescriptively. That isn't done by watching your thoughts.
I see. Okay.
Because I don't. I never said that you should watch your thoughts. And
No,
I'm not saying that I'm not saying that you should do or not do what I say. I'm asking you, where did you pick that notion up from that you should watch your thoughts and be vigilant about your thoughts?
It's very hard for me to point out where I've picked it up because I've read a lot of the Theravadan Buddhist.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was expecting. That you picked it up in the world of spirituality. And this once again is another example that I'm illustrating as the same as a previous questioner of just how deeply everyone is conditioned. These things are not your own. You pick them up.
Okay, I see.
Hello, Kapil. I recently got accepted into medical school. I know you went through medical training and you no longer practice as a physician. I feel a call to do something else, helping people in another way outside of the medical or clinical setting. Is there any truth to this calling, and is there anything that I should listen to when I sense that I may be going down the wrong path, going into medical training and then residency?
There's nothing wrong with anything. If you're moved by something, then you are. There's no right or wrong about it.
Hi, so last time I came in, I asked a question about being in college and finding out what it is that I want to do. Despite I'm already in college, I don't know what I want to do, but I'm here just because I don't want to disappoint my parents. I was wondering, is it possible to intellectually arrive at or find out what you want to do seriously, or intellectually find out what you're serious at? Or is it something that people are naturally born into?
If you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't know. There's no method. There's no method for doing that.
Hello, mate. So basically, a few months ago, I got delved into the whole world of spirituality and religion and things like that. Started doing all the habits and things like that. Got into a proper good routine or whatever. And then after being exposed to your work, I think I must have taken it as an excuse, by you saying, "Oh, nothing is right or wrong," or "nothing is good or bad." I kind of like fell back into the old ways. So I guess the question is that just my destiny to be like this? Because like there's days where I'm like, I've had enough of this, blah blah blah, and then there's other days where it's just like, okay, I guess this is who I am, and I'm okay with it. And it's sort of like a not apathetic, but just straight like, all right type thing. And I guess it's just like my question is because I don't want to be like this, but like I know who I want to be, but clearly I don't want it that bad, or I don't actually want it.
Things change and will go up and down. It isn't about applying a word to it, saying this is my destiny, or if it's not, you're in the process of exposing yourself to truth, and whatever happens, happens.
Hi, Kapil. First off, just thank you for being here in the way that you have over all the years. You're the only person I really ever listen to now, and it's strange, like the only person I can really like talk to in these random occurrences about things that I feel are really important to me. But my question, it came to me like a couple weeks ago, and I wanted to ask because it felt it resonated with me. Does all emotional pain stem from desire? Like, I assume a desire for pleasure.
Those questions are intellectual questions. They don't go anywhere, because whether I said yes or no, it's not. Let's say I said yes. You would turn off all your desires. So these questions, they're trivial pursuit. They don't go anywhere.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity, sir. My question is truth a constant state of awareness without attaching any cause?
Too didactic, too intellectual.
Let's say I'm trying to get to a destination, but somebody already been to the destination that I'm trying to get to. Asking them for direction, because like the destination I'm trying to get to, I haven't been there, but somebody already been there, and you don't know any, like you don't know anywhere to get there, because sometimes I find myself reading spiritual books, like self-help book, because I don't really know the direction, but I know there's people who's already been there, even though I know they're not gonna give me like the 100% to get there, but I at least I know there's people who's already been there.
What's your question?
So my question is even if I read those books, even if I know it, they're not gonna get me there, but at least I have some sense of direction to see if I can try.
That isn't a question. That's a comment.
Oh, yeah.
I have problems, and I hear other people tell me the self is the cause of your problems, and then over years I hear a lot of things like that. I form beliefs around those things, and I think of them as like ideas, and I play with them, and I kind of struggle to implement it, and then nothing really changes. But it's obvious to me that a total change upon.
So what have you learned from that? From what you just said? Just stop right there. What have you learned from what you just said? Not that you should have learned anything or not learned anything. Have you learned anything from that?
I think if I did learn something, I would have changed. So I don't think so.
So how does that affect you moving forward?
I really don't know. I think a standard thing I do a lot is think about these things as an ideal that I am not meeting, and then I feel sad and beat myself up about it. But I think that's just not.
And so where do you think that comes from?
I can't see where it comes from, but it happens. If I really don't know.
Then what is the point of that happening if you're not going to learn anything from it?
Well, I see dogs chasing their own tail. I figure I'm doing something similar. I don't know.
Yeah, the dog is you. But who's the dog master?
Well, something.
Who's the dog master?
I don't know. I mean,
the dog master is your conditioning. The dog master is your conditioning and brainwashing with regard to the first words you said, that you have a problem and people tell you it's because of X, Y, and Z, and then you attempt to implement X, Y, and Z, and even though you implement X, Y, and Z, nothing changes. It is your conditioning in the belief in that concept, in the belief in that construct, that is your dog master.
So all of the things I'm doing are because of something that happened to me in the past.
All of the things that you're doing are things that you're doing in response to what you've been told, and not just the content of what you've been told, but the very belief in the fact that doing a bunch of stuff will get you out of the problems.
Well, I can reason that if I didn't think doing the stuff was useful, then I wouldn't do it naturally.
Well, if it was useful, then you wouldn't be continuing to have one problem after the other.
Why is it that when I hear you...
Well, if it was useful, you're the one who said that you implemented the X, Y, and Z, but nothing changed. So how is it useful?
I guess it's not useful.
Then why do you need to guess? I'm not saying that you should say one thing or the other. I'm going based solely upon what you yourself said and your own experiences. Is this the first time that you've heard or been given an XYZ to do?
No.
Okay. And so the X, Y's, and Z's that you've done all your life, aside from a purely mechanical process, have the X, Y, and Z's solved your problem?
No.
So why do you have to guess? And you don't have to take it on my word. I'm not telling you anything. I'm not asking you to believe anything. I'm not trying to ask you to stop believing that and believe something else instead. I'm just holding a mirror up to your face and demonstrating what you yourself has experienced. See, your predicament is everyone's predicament. Every human being you will ever meet, every human being that you see on TV, every human being that you hear on the radio, every human being in the world is suffering from your very same predicament. They are diseased and infected with the same virus that you are infected with. And it is not your fault and it is not their fault. It is a conditioning and a brainwashing by living in society, living in the world, listening to people, reading books, watching media, listening to lectures and experts and blah, blah, blah. And all of these things are a part of your bones now. So whenever you have a problem, you will look for what X, Y, and Z, what practice, what behavior, what jumping jack can I do that will solve my problem? And you won't stop tomorrow. You are a robot, and you have been wound up like a toy soldier by society. And even the next 772,000 XYZs are not going to work, yet you will still continue them because you have been automatized, you have been programmed to look in that direction because it's all you know. And the content creators and the authors and the experts and the thought leaders and the influencers will come up with a new 10 best book list tomorrow, and they will come up with a new practice that you can do tomorrow, and pinch your nose and drink green juice while singing Kumbaya, standing on your left foot and bouncing a ball on your right finger. Right? And if you do that 12 times a day and do an ice bath at night and take 1.5 vitamins of this and 2.5 of those, and while you're doing it, you do mindfulness and meditation, and when you leave your house, you're stoic, and if you do all these things, then you will solve your problem, whatever that problem is. And you will say, yes, sir. Like a good little toy soldier, you will follow the influencer, you will listen to the hack, you will follow the practice. You will do it all. You're all in. You're hooked.
My question is, there are moments and instances I can totally see mind playing games, but why is it still not default to me?
Because you're not serious.
Kapil,
absolutely convinced that I have understood intellectually certain truths, what I believe to be maybe the most critical of truths about this life, this existence, my place in it. But it's absolutely clear to me that my actions day after day, week after week, my actions clearly show that I have not understood or internalized viscerally these truths at all, like not one bit. And I know for certain that if I had, my actions would be entirely different. It makes me angry, and I think more so disappointed to have this like invaluable knowledge and then to willfully waste it as if I have any time at all to waste. And I ask of myself, like, why am I not serious? And I have found honest answers from that. So my question is, am I asking the right question of myself? Thank you.
Well, no one is serious. It's like I always say, you might find 1 or 3 or 5 on the planet who are truly serious. Everyone's brainwashed. The brainwashing is too deep. It doesn't matter what you understand intellectually. Now that might help, because if you don't know it at all, then there's no chance at all. But like you said, you've examined, and it's only an intellectual understanding, and like that's fine. There's no judgment here. But you could extrapolate that question to why is no one serious? No one's serious. Everyone's just a window shopper. Everyone's kind of, wake up, brush their teeth, do whatever they do, go to sleep.
I'm not that, though. I'm not that.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the details are. It's irrelevant what the content is. It isn't. If you don't do that, then you're better. That's good. No, it doesn't matter what you do. The seriousness is a extraordinarily rare thing, and I am continually shocked as to why I have the number of people who, for whatever inexplicable reason, happen to read my work, because there shouldn't be. There should be, about 98.9% less, because it's not. It requires seriousness. I'm not going to cater to the masses. I have no interest in the masses. The masses are like filler paper. They're just filler. So no one is serious, and it's kind of like saying, well, how come I'm not a legend? Well, no one's a legend. Who's a legend? Even the people that you see on TV, how many of them are legends? Not legends. They're just professionals. So if you look at every walk of life, if you look at every field, every discipline, every craft, every profession, from business to sport to art to whatever it may be, everyone's just a commoner. And it isn't because they don't have, like they couldn't be not uncommon. Sure, it's possible. But everyone sort of lives in the same mold. They listen to the same things. They're just too busy doing nonsense and thinking nonsense. And the virus, the number of viruses that they've been affected with by society, like all the antibiotics in the world couldn't cure that. I mean, it doesn't. No one is serious. No one is truly great, and that is not the result of lack of capacity. That isn't a result of, in the professional world, lack of talent. It's there are many things that I will say that I will go to the grave with, many things I'll never even reveal. But even the things that I'll reveal, it's almost as if I never revealed them, because you won't understand. And I could say tree, apple, car, and you will understand tree, apple, car. But what lies behind that of what I'm truly saying, it might take you 475 years. And after 475 years, you might say, oh, so that's what you meant. Yeah. And how foolish I was to think that it was just tree, just apple, and just car. But I'm not going to dumb it down either. I'm not going to dumb it down so that you'll get it sooner. Like I don't have any interest in that. Me dumbing it down isn't going to let you get it sooner, anyways. So truth. The great things in life, the greatest things in life, require someone to reach. They're not a handout. In order for me to come down, I'm not up to begin with, but I'm not going to come down to dumb it down. So the people who are willing to reach, and reach so much that their arm comes out of their socket, that's no one. Like, that's insane. So this knock against yourself, I'm not serious. I mean, you have to put it into context and understand. And I'm not saying it's okay because others aren't serious either. I'm not saying that. I'm not using any comparisons trying to make you feel better or feel. It's you have to understand that you saying that you're not serious is, you probably wouldn't say it in the same. You probably wouldn't be as exasperated or surprised if you were to say, I'm not a legend. But I'm not serious seems like it should be more attainable. No one is serious. Everyone's a commoner. They think common thoughts. They do common things. They do the little socialization and ha ha he, get together with their friends, read a bunch of books about stoicism and talk nonsense at their cocktail parties and so how smart they are because they're intellectuals, or they do their yoga mats, or they whatever the hell they do. But everyone in this world is lost roaming around in the soup of confabulated and manufactured concepts. And they live their lives trying to live up to those concepts. And they do this and they do that and they believe in this and they don't think like that and they eat this and they do that and practice this and be mindful and XYZ and ABC. That's just they have the number of carrots that are dangling in front of them since the day they were born are endless, and they live their lives chasing those carrots. And that's conditioning, that's brainwashing, and there has never in their life been another option. And when there's no other option, when there's nothing opposite to what they've ever been told, when that is all they have seen, all they have thought, all they have read, all they have heard, on every street corner, in every room, in every minute of their lives, it would be unrealistic and impractical and fantastical to expect them not to be brainwashed.
Hello, Kapil. Thanks for having me. I hope you can hear me well. My question is, I was reading some of your works from, I believe, a few years ago, and you mentioned Babaji, Miyamoto Musashi, Confucius, Cheng Tzu, Lao Tzu, and when I read some of their quotes...
I never mentioned all those people, I don't believe. I would be very shocked if I did. I mentioned Musashi. I think the rest of them maybe you brought on your own.
Well, I believe it says because unless the people around him are Jesus Christ, the Buddha, Gandhi, Lao Tzu, Chang Tzu, Confucius, Babaji, the words and the opinions that he imbibes will be at once limited and gloriously flawed. You were making a point.
Yeah, no, that's fine. There you have it. You stated that I did say that, so that's fine. Go ahead.
I guess you were making a point about the rarity of some of these kinds of individuals, like the masters and things like that. And when I read some of their quotes, I did feel like they were communicating some of the same truths that you have communicated. And my question is whether reading the quotes from some of these great masters of the past can be, whether their truths can be communicated and understood in the way that I could understand your quotes and your writings.
Well, I don't know. I'm no expert on those people, and now that you read the sentence, it makes sense to me because I had to populate the sentence with a number of names that were known to those who read, spirituality and Zen and stuff like that. So yes, those names served a purpose because the point was that an individual, if he's not going to be going very deep into something, as people like that apparently ostensibly have, like Buddha certainly. But some of those things are to make the sentence come alive, right? So I mean, I didn't go talk about any of those people, but they do serve a purpose in that sentence, so that makes sense to me. But the point there isn't that what they said? Because the most impressive one out of all those is Buddha, right? And what Buddha said is irrelevant. I won't call it nonsense, but it might as well be because, like, there's no reason to write a book called The Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path. That doesn't do anything. As soon as you prescribe something, these are the four things, these are the eight things. It's fantasy to think that is going to do anything. I mean, and in Buddha's saving grace actually is that as the story goes, I wasn't there, but as the story goes, when he achieved enlightenment, the things that he found, he wanted to keep to himself, which was wise, which is what he should have done. His instincts were correct. Because he said, I could explain these things to people, but no one's going to get this. It's too much. It's too deep. No one's going to understand this. And as the story goes, Brahma came to him and said, no, you have gained great wisdom, and you definitely, I implore you to go share your insights with the world, and therefore he did. Where did that get to? It didn't get anywhere. They created a religion in his name, Buddhism. What does that do? Buddha wasn't a Buddhist. So the point of that sentence isn't that you should follow the words of those people. The point of that sentence, I mean, it isn't even that you should follow I have nothing for you to follow. What are you going to follow? I have nothing for you to follow. You can manufacture something and you can prescriptionize my words, but I'm nothing I can do about that. I mean, I just state things as they are, and there's no interest. I have no interest in that you should believe it. One should examine things through his own experiences. Look for himself. You don't be dependent upon me or anybody else. The idea of this idol worship and this putting people on pedestals and doing what they say, it's all nonsense. Nobody. It makes no sense to follow anybody. If something is written that you find to be true, and you have verified it in your own experience, then that perhaps has an effect upon you. If it doesn't, then it doesn't.
This question came up during one of your responses a couple questions ago, but if a person who has grown up in societies, everything they know and are taught to chase, a person who's grown up in society is already filtered and secondhand in a sense, as you've said. What actually are the great things in life? Like a person can easily never even.
So what do you mean by if?
Well, no, by if I mean it's the case. Like it's something I've seen for myself that is the case. So I'm asking about myself.
Okay, so what's your question?
So what are the great things in life aside from these vague descriptions that spirituality or just societal appearances would suggest? Well,
I mean, for me, listing those great things isn't going to do anything. It'll be a bunch of words. I can say this and that, and that's great, and this is great. So what? I mean, it isn't about you are falling prey to the exact same thing that you said that you have seen through. Mm-hmm. So instead of following that, now you're asking me what things so that you can write them down and think in your head, oh, that's a good thing, that's a great thing. Like, what's that going to do?
Hi, Kapil. Thank you so much for having me. So I've really gravitated towards your work, and this was a few years ago, and it definitely changed my life. And in what of the truth I was able to understand or am. Obviously, there's much more I need to understand. And one thing I've been so gravitated towards your work, and I know you've talked a lot about intellectualism and intellectuals, and a lot of that resonates with me when I see people, in universities and people having these kind of frivolous conversations and kind of looking for social status. But when you think of the who are considered, the great philosophers and thinkers and such, do you think it's worth pursuing some of their texts and looking for those?
Well, have you read those? Have you read those things?
I have read some of those things.
Okay, and what did they do for you?
Your work was a lot more.
I'm not comparing anything. What you asked about philosophers of the past, and what did those works do for you?
I was able to. There were some truths and some concepts and things that did have some effect. But I did find a lot of things were kind of jumbled and difficult to understand. And sometimes I wonder if they weren't being as direct, or maybe just the text is from a previous era. There's different modes of speeches. It was definitely, I mean, not to compare, but that's just, you're from the same, historical era, and you speak in a way that is a lot more direct. So I don't know if that answers what you were asking.
Well, if you get something from it, I mean, you're asking if you should read those people, and that was simple answer. If you get something from it, then why wouldn't you? And if you don't, then why would you?
Fair enough. Thank you. I'm just, I'm younger, and part of me feels, and I do get some things that it's just kind of a chase to find something, and then part of me sees the resonance they've had.
Well, why are you reading anything to begin with?
Because I believe, I believe that there are people that have understood things that I don't, or am not even aware of the concept of, and perhaps I might discover that in reading.
Okay, and then what sort of things are you looking to discover? I mean, what kind of help, so-called help, are you looking for?
That's a difficult question. I really, even what's pulled me to your, pulled me to your work is and just all these, I guess what you might call, what a layperson or anyone might just call it a deeper or more resonant things is I've just always kind of felt a sense of just kind of knowing, just living in society that no one seems to really know anything, not in a just that there's no one before finding you and certain other people, like some of the people I read and whatnot. It seems like there's just it's devoid of wisdom, and it just kind of and I just I feel like I know there are people out there that know things that I just have a longing to know things.
And how old are you?
I'm 25.
Well, it's true. I mean, what you have found, I mean, society, I don't need to verify this. It's true. I mean, what you experience in your social circle and in the environment, in society, in the world, where you are, wherever country you're in, whatever school you're in, it doesn't matter. It's all the same, just different languages. It's just nonsense in a different language. That's all it is. So everyone's basically talking nonsense. And that nonsense is what has been tape recorded and played and replayed into their ear for all their life. And so they're, in the way that it was put on the loop into their ear, they speak on it as a verbal loop to others. So, and even then the intellectuals then come along and they think they're smart. So, and they're, what they consider intelligence is memorizing a bunch of words and concepts like Stoicism and talking about other people's words and bragging about how many books they've read so that they can intellectualize and talk about these words that they've had no real experience with, just the words. So that's what's going on. And so, yes, if you really want to learn something, you're not going to learn it from lectures and influencers and hack givers and all these things. You are going to have to find it on your own. So that is true. Now, what you have to understand people. You have to understand why those things that were even written. Everything is basically written in order to get across a message. Everything is basically written in order to get you to do something, or to think a certain way, or to believe something, or it's all proselytization. And it doesn't matter how ancient it is, it's all the same. So if you read someone, who's a person who's enlightened or whatever it may be from centuries ago, he might say, like, one is all and all is one. Okay, fine. What are you gonna do with that? Okay. I mean, the intellectual will put that in his pocket and he'll walk around and say, one is all is one. Because he's a parrot and a memorizer. That's all he is. He doesn't have anything of his own. He's a book reader, right? It's all he is. He's a content imbiber. But what are you going to do with that? So the things that are written, you have to understand, are for the masses. So you have to understand that. If you don't understand that, then you'll fall prey. You have to understand that all of these things were written for the lowest common denominator. So they've been dumbed down, and the ones that are not been dumbed down you're not going to understand. And then you're going to think that you understand by repeating the words, and you're not going to get anything. So it isn't like everything preaches, even the ancient texts, it all preaches. Do this, be kind and compassionate. Buddhism's, meditate on loving kindness, and it's just all this drivel, right? That sounds wonderful, and you can applaud the Dalai Lama, and you can bow, and all that.
It's just a bunch of crap. That's all it is. Right? It's just cosmetics. If you really want to get somewhere in this life, you have to know truth. And in order to know the truth, you have to have the DNA to truly want to know the truth. If you're the DNA of a scientist or an intellectual, you're finished. The truth is not for you. It's not because truth cannot be grown in a test tube, and truth isn't written in an influencer book, right? It isn't a stoic type. It's not nonsense. But the truth is so bitter. The truth is so harsh. And the reason it's harsh and bitter isn't because it's harsh and bitter. It's because everything that you've been taught is sweet nonsense. So you have a sweet tooth for nonsense, and then the truth comes along and say, well, oh, that's a bunch of crap, and it's this over here. And that goes against not only everything that you've ever heard, but it actually turns all philosophies, all your goodness and badnesses and your kindnesses and your propernesses and your mindfulnesses, it throws them in the garbage and it calls them out. And a human being finds it very difficult to bear the weight of that. It's too heavy. It's too much. Therefore, they seek a soothing balm of spirituality. Have your nice little meditation, and you practice your little loving kindness, and you do this and that, and burn your incense, and think positive thoughts, and become stoic, and that's all just that's just Ben Gay. Right? So if you're looking for the truth when you read those ancient texts, I'm not saying that there's no truth in those ancient texts. I'm not saying that, because there is. But that isn't the intent. The intent of anything being written down, otherwise it wouldn't be written down. The intent of anything being written down is to get a message across. And the more that message is written in order to get the maximum amount of people in the world to read it and to learn it, and all for good intention. There's no ill intention. But like Buddhism, practice loving kindness for all sentient beings. It's nonsense. Because if you're not anywhere yet, why are you practicing for other people when you're nobody? You're nothing. You've achieved nothing. It's just let me have a go at giving this lecture now as the assistant. It's all nonsense. So you have to understand that when you read a book, what was the intent? And universally, across everything, the intent is always to reach the masses. The intent is always to get across a message. The intent is always for you to think and change and improve and better yourself, and loving kindness all over the place, and love, and this and that, and kumbaya. And it's all just incense. That's all it is. So you're not going to find books that speak just raw truth. It doesn't exist. Because the person writing that book has too much interest in the masses to write raw truth. He has to dumb it down because he doesn't want one person to get it in the entire world. That isn't, otherwise he wouldn't write the book. But that very intent to reach the most people also destroys the validity and the power and the integrity of what is being said. It is dilution. So for me, I'm not better, and I'm not this, and I'm not that. I just happen to have an interest, which is in truth. A devoted, life long interest in. I just happen to, and I'm not good because of that. So when I write a book, I get annoyed when I get a lot of sales. I don't want people buying my books. I put them out there. I wrote it. I liked writing it. So I wrote it, and that's it. I put it out there. But that's just because I like writing the raw, direct truth. I enjoy it because that's what I like. But I have no interest in people getting it and changing anyone or having anyone do anything or change anything. So the intent isn't there. That's not a good thing or a bad thing. It just isn't there. The intent isn't there to get you to do something. So I don't want as many humans as possible reading my books. They shouldn't be. It's a waste of their time and money.
Hi, Kapil. I'm Santiago. So my question is, so why is the reason that you publish the book so people can read it? Why is the reason? Why, if not, you write it for yourself? Why you show it to the world?
There's a lot of things I don't show to the world, and I never will. It's the same reason why am I here. I wrote it. I'm here.
Hello, Kapil sir. Thank you for accepting my request. My question is, as days pass by, my desire to share all the good tips that I learned or goodness is reducing, and I want to keep all the good things that I learn as a secret, and I'm feeling guilty about it. So, like, how do I? Is this right? I know it. I don't know how to put the question. It makes me feel guilty. That's my issue. So, is this
Well, that's because you withheld it by force.
Right.
I didn't ask you to withhold it.
Right.
Just because I withhold things doesn't mean that you or anybody else should. It's not a recommendation. And that's just another example of people prescriptionizing my words. I never ask anyone to do this or that or change their behavior or this would be more healthy for you or this would be better for you or like I have no recommendations. I have no tips. I have no what you should or shouldn't do. And to me, the human must examine him or herself.
Right. Thank you so much.
0% of the people will actually benefit from the message that you give or actually change or transform from the message that you give. Then why do it? Is seriousness something that's innate?
Well, I don't. Are you one of the 0%?
So if I believe it, that it's possible.
I don't understand your response.
Okay, I believe so.
So then why do you care why I do or don't do it? Why do you even watch them? Why don't you go watch other people who tell you whatever to do whatever? Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Gupta. You have said in the past how detrimental cell phones are to humanity, and I'm not sure whether I have a proclivity for worrying about the end of humanity, but you did have one tweet where you said that cell phones were going to be the end of humanity, and I'm wondering if I agree or if I see the reasoning in that tweet, if wanting to avert that or wanting to change the world is a egoic or a self-centered pursuit, or if not being concerned about the end of the world or the end of humanity is sort of a enlightened place. Thank you.
I don't understand the question.
When you say that the cell phone is going to end humanity, to what end do you observe that? Is that a concern of yours? Is it a...
No, that isn't a concern of me. That was just an observation. I don't really care.
That just if he decides the other person should have it, is it possible for him to give it to another person?
Ask what you want to ask.
If a person has found the truth, is it possible for that person to...
Ask what you want to ask. If you're only asking hypotheticals, I'm not interested.
No, because honestly, I'm in a place where I feel it's not by effort. At one point, somebody has to be compassionate and decide to give it to you. And I could be wrong, and I'm just trying to find out.
So who is the you? Are you the giver of the truth, or
no? I want to receive
ask what
it.
you want to ask.
I want to receive it from somebody, and I feel.
Okay, so speak plain. So speak plain English. Don't dress it up. Don't turn it into a hypothetical. Don't turn it into... Just speak complete English, second grade level. Ask exactly what the situation is and what you want to ask. Don't summarize.
I feel I've made enough effort. I feel that at this point, it can only come from another person who's established in that truth or has found the truth already. And there is no other way I would get it. Is that true?
It depends what you mean by get. And when I say that, you know that I know what get means, right?
Yep.
So before you give a reflexive answer, there must be a reason why I'm asking the question, right? So it would not be wise to just blah 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 respond and give me the dictionary definition of get, right? So you know that I'm asking. There's a reason why I'm asking the question. So it depends on what you mean by get.
I would say that I'm in a place where for me to just be in the present, be now, and I've had glimpses of how nice that is, but I can't work myself to be there all the time, or that there are parts of me
and the very fact that you're trying to do that is really the remnants of spirituality and all of the jargon and all of the nonsense and all of the information and stuff that has bled into you. One really must, in order for the possibility for truth to even occur, there must be room for it. And if all the room is filled with the stuff, then there hasn't been there has to be a cleansing of some sort of nonsense. Otherwise, how can something else fit in? So everyone is filled with things, ideas, and concepts, and it's not a matter of it's their fault or not their fault. That's just the way it is, and because they've been living in the world, and all of these things have gotten into them, and they've subscribed to these notions, and I don't think nobody will ever realize. I don't even think in a million years. The depth to which they've been destroyed by the world, by spirituality, by self-help, by society, by all of the information that's available on the web and all the books that are written in the media. No one will understand it. No one. You may hear the words, but you're not going to get it. It's too much. It's too much. It is literally
Every human being has been given cyanide. And they look upon what I just said, and they view what I just said as a dramatic overstatement. They view what I just said about the cyanide as a exaggeration, or they view it as symbolic. And because they view it as symbolic and as over dramatization and hyperbole and exaggeration, they can't understand because they don't think it's real. And it isn't my interest to make them think it's real. I don't care. But to them, that's just words. To you, it's just words. Not because people want it to be words, not because they don't want to understand. It's just too much. It's like me saying that when you go out into the air, the air is filled with this noxious substance that transforms your cortex 5% each day. And at the end of the year, if you do an MRI on your brain, it's twisted. Like, I mean, that would be dramatic and that would be hyperbole. But if I said that, that would be viewed as fantastical and rightly so. That should be viewed as fantastical because it isn't an MRI and structural issue. But when I say that all of the stuff and the jargon and the prescriptions and the conditioning and all of these things have been given to you as pure cyanide, and you have been dead for a very long time, since you were a very small child, that is viewed in the same way as me saying that when you leave your house every day and the 5% noxious or 5% change in your brain happens and your brain is twisted, you view it in the same way. And that's a problem. And there's a problem for me. It's a problem for you. It's a problem for you because it will be very difficult for you to get past the notion and the belief that is exaggeration, that is hyperbole. You will not want to view it as cyanide. You might think, oh, well, he's just over dramatizing it. Okay, what he's basically saying is that the things I've been given not really true and it's fine. You don't understand. You don't understand. When you've been fed something for your entire life, then that changes the way that you think. That and what you think changes the way that you behave. And all these things change what you believe. So what you believe and what you think based upon the information that you've been given, completely 100% in the most practical, immediate, moment-to-moment, day-to-day living reality, that doesn't affect your life, that is your life. If you've been told that you're living in France, but you actually live in India, but you're convinced that you live in France, that isn't a small thing because you will go outside and look for the Eiffel Tower. Your behavior, this is not theoretical. This is not a minor thing. It's your entire life. You might even go outside and start speaking French. And because you speak French, then you will fail all your courses in school. And you will destroy all your relationships. So like everything I say, no matter how much it seems to me dramatized, you know what the truth is? The truth is that I can't dramatize it enough. And that if you are wise or want to be, you will take whatever I say and bump it up about 4 million times. But there aren't enough adjectives for me to 4 million X it. X it, not EXIT. X space it. Words can't 4 million X it. I could add every adjective in the English language. It still wouldn't. That's your job. So when you are filled with all of these things, then those things become you, and you become them. You become a French person. I'm not disparaging French. It was just an example. Don't send me any nonsense, or I'll block you. You speak French. You think you're in France. Um, you look for French food. Everything you do is wrong. It's wrong according to your circumstance. Now, if you were in France and you were told that you were French, okay, fine. You've been told the truth. Now, whenever you go and speak French and you look for French food, you won't have problems. So, this is one of those if there's one message thing, right? Like, when you, like everything that comes out of, I'm not picking on you, it's everybody. Everything that comes out of a human being's mouth, why does it come out? Did he think of those words? Of course not. Those words come out because they first went in. So when someone says, the consciousness of the plane of consciousness and the love of this and all this garbage, right? That wasn't the person. That was what was fed to them. So the understanding of just how much you have been destroyed. There's even destroyed as minor because now why is it destroyed? Because if you were not fed those things, you absolutely would have been in a different place. That's not even theoretical. I'm not saying that you would have been richer or this or that. I'm not going to give you the detail. But if you were not fed things that weren't true, then even if you were not fed the truth, fine. But you still would have been looking. And when you would have been looking, you would have been looking knowing that you haven't been fed the truth, and so you're looking for the truth. And therefore, number one, it would allow you the possibility to look. That's one. Because if you are fed nonsense, obviously you're going to believe that nonsense is not nonsense, otherwise you would never eat it. But you keep eating it and drinking it and reading it and listening to it. So no one would do that if they thought it was nonsense. So everyone is in a place where they've been fed the nonsense and they believe that nonsense is real. So therefore they don't even look. Why would they? I don't blame them. Why would you look if you think you already have it? So number one, that's what it does. It takes away the search. Okay. Number two, when you are searching with a clear mind. Because when you are searching, you're not searching and then testing everything against the lies you've been told to see if that's true or not. Because you're convinced that the consciousness of the blah, 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 and the blee, 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 and the guru X and guru Y, and the stoicism, and the social influencer, and the latest hack, and the mindfulness in the jungle, and like I could talk for the totality of everyone's life in this room combined, and I wouldn't be able to exhaust the garbage that's in your head. Okay? And it's gone beyond your head. It's into your bones and your liver and your spleen and your blood. There's almost no getting it out because one has to be savagely wild and determined to be convinced that it's lies, and therefore he wants to get it out. That's we know. So that's destruction. Yeah. That's putting a person into a cage and throwing away the key. Because he's finished. The conditioning is complete. He's done. Society never has to worry about him again. He has drank the Kool-Aid, and he is conditioned to seek more Kool-Aid for the rest of his life. So that is more destruction than even losing a limb. That's more destruction than anything, because it destroys your whole life. Because you are convinced of lies, and that being convinced of lies, your life is a lie now. That's it. You're dead. You're clinically alive, but you're dead. Because nothing you believe is true. From any sentence that you utter, even the question that you ask, and once again, I don't mean you, I mean everyone. Starting with the word the, it's a lie, because it's based upon assumptions. And if you have no assumptions, you can't speak. You're not going to ask a question. But all of those assumptions come from the substrate of the ingredients, the raw materials that you've been fed for your whole life. So you've been given the lettuce and the tomatoes and the onions and so forth. And when you speak, you are making a salad. Fine. But that salad that you are making is from the onions and tomatoes and lettuce that you've been given. It isn't from onions and tomatoes and lettuce that you made up yourself. You didn't create those. They were given to you, and that's fine too. The problem is those onions, tomatoes, and lettuce were given to you by the world. They were given to you by spirituality. They're given to you by self-help. They were given to you by self-development. They were given to you by gurus. They're given to you by your parents. They're given to you by your friends and society and the world. Basically, everything outside your window. And because of that, any word that you speak is composed of those tomatoes, onions. So everything you say is a lie. Every assumption is a lie. Everything you think is a lie. Not because you're a liar, not because you're trying to be dishonest, not because you're mean and evil and try to mislead people. Nothing to do with that. It's all you know. So until one understands the level of destruction without any feeling that is an over dramatization or hyperbole, exaggeration, until that happens, he's just going to keep asking nonsense, because the nonsense is going to be composed of the poisonous lettuce and tomatoes and onions.
The only time I feel connected to truth is when I'm really focused, and whenever I actively think about it, it feels as if I'm moving one layer out. I don't really know how to describe it, but any attempt at actively thinking, it just feels like I'm just outside. It's like a different layer than when I'm really focused. So is there a contradiction between actively thinking and truth?
Well, it's like I told the other individual, when you think, what can you possibly think about?
I mean, anything, just the idea of actively thinking is just, it's like on a different dimension.
You didn't hear the question. Whenever there's a fraction of a second between the question and the response, you didn't hear the question.
I did.
You heard it. You heard the words. What did I ask?
You're asking if there is something specific I'm thinking about?
No, I didn't ask that. I didn't use the word specific at all.
What?
I said, when you think, what are you thinking?
Say it again.
I'm not asking for specificity. I said, when you think, what can you possibly think about?
Anything in general. Just the idea of thinking.
Okay. And where is that going to come from? What is going to be the content of that thinking? What is going to be the source of the content of that thinking?
Yeah, it's my mind. That's why I said I.
No. You jumped so. Yeah, it's my mind. You didn't understand anything. What is the content of your thoughts?
Desires,
What is the
scenarios,
source?
imagination.
What is the source of contents of your thoughts?
Goals, desires, future.
No, that can be the content, but that isn't the source. So did you listen to the other thing I said told the other person a minute ago?
No, I didn't.
Okay. You may want to go back and listen to that. The source, you've been fed a bunch of lies, the poisonous tomatoes, onions, and lettuce. That was the analogy that I used. So all you can think about is poisonous tomatoes, onions, and lettuce.
Hey, good evening. I wasn't called up, but I'm just... I have the mic, so I had a question. Thank you for providing the space. And, really, I'm in the trading world, learning new things constantly. And I'm having to... I love this discussion about truth, because really the truths that I think I hold are actually what's holding me back. And underneath those things, the source, I believe, is a root belief that I've chosen to accept as truth. That anything that I think is hindering my pathway towards the things that I desire and are attempting to achieve are truths that are untrue, things I have to choose to believe. So the question would be, what in your understanding would be the quickest way to begin the path of unlearning false truths, which obviously are many?
Well, why do you want to unlearn?
Because in my path, I have held a lot of things. The older I get, so why would I want to unlearn the truth? So trading is a very, very, very mental game, and the only way you succeed is if you've increased whatever you're attempting to grow. And so I desire the growth, if you want to use that word, or if I choose to use it, in my path is choosing to accept responsibility for those things that I've been given responsibility for, with my family, my children, my wife. And not that those are my things, right? Those are simply something that I feel responsible toward providing for. And any way that I feel I'm not able to perform those tasks, I believe the reasons would be truths I'm choosing to hold that are actually false, which, like I said, I've learned a lot. And the older I get, the more I see that many statements I've made in my past to friends or anyone, posts on Twitter, I feel less.
So there's something to understand.
Yeah.
I think there's what happens is that human beings make many mistakes in their lives. And the mistakes that human beings make are because they believe that things are a certain way when they're actually a different way.
Yep. Agreed.
But the reason that they believe that things are a certain way, that's a learned behavior.
That's right. Programming.
And so the reason that they learned that behavior is because they didn't go around with cotton in their ears and blindfolds over their eyes since the day of their birth. And no sane person would ever do that. However, that is what's required, right? And since, like, the only way that you're not going to do that, like, the only way that you're not going to listen to the world, whether it's in your profession or in life or whatever it is, it's just the stuff, okay? Turn on the radio, stuff. Turn on TV, stuff. Pick up a book, stuff. Leave your house, stuff.
Yep.
Okay, just stuff. Okay. So the only way that that's not going to happen is if you have cotton in your ears and blindfolds over your eyes, or you happen to have a very unique, and by unique I don't mean good, just unique, unique and strange DNA that basically propels and compels you to listen to no one. Whether that's because of some profound mistrust that you happen to be invested with by some miraculous for some miraculous reason, or you're just iconoclastic, or you're just the most contrarian human being ever to walk the face of the earth. Like, so something extreme. There's no moderation, right? So something extreme has to happen, because you will admit that from the day of your birth to have blindfold on and cotton in your ears for the rest of your life, that's extreme. Okay? So something extreme has to happen, whether it is an external extreme that either you impose upon yourself or someone imposes upon you, or it is an extreme which is something that's in your bloodstream. If neither of those extreme things happen, which insulate you and protect you from the world and the nonsense, you're screwed. You know, what is that? That's putting it too nicely. Say that you're screwed. Like that's like saying you put your hand on the stove and you leave it there, and flames arise and they burn your entire arm off, and call that, oh well, I had a scratch. You wouldn't call that a scratch, but saying that you're screwed is like calling it a scratch. Okay, you're screwed because even if at whatever it is, 40 or 50 or 60 years old, you say, you know what, this stuff is all nonsense, and you want to walk the path of truth. Yeah, fine. That's 40, 50, 60 years you'll never get back. You're screwed.
You're right.
Like,
you're 100% right.
Even if you became Buddha, right, at age 61.
That's right.
Okay, that's fine. And like that's better than not becoming Buddha. I'm not speaking in a relativistic sense. I'm speaking like, right. So what? So from 61, let's say you died at 85, right? Or from 61 to 85, you were the Buddha. Fine. But from 1 to 60, you lived a life of being screwed, a life that you'll never get back. So the sum total of your life is just destruction, right? And so I think that has to be understood, that the world, and I don't even like saying it. I really don't. Because the moment I say it, it's going to sound like I'm trying to sell that message, that have you believe and try to convince. And I don't think there's anything further away from my interest than that. Like, I don't, like, the moon is right next to me compared to that, right? I couldn't care less who is convinced and who is helped by. I don't care, right? So, but the fact is the fact. So I'll make a statement of fact, and that is, unless you understand even the fraction of a degree, forget the degree, even a fraction of a degree, even to have the inkling, even to have the glimpse that you have been totally and utterly destroyed, murdered, right?
That's right.
You don't have a chance.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I get some emails sometimes, and then when I get these emails, actually, these people might have a chance. You know, I get these emails which say, you know, I don't even like saying this because it sounds like I'm giving myself praise, which, once again, that's also like nothing can be further from. But I'm only mentioning it because the person said it, therefore I'm relaying it. I don't get anything from it, but it's good for them because they might get something from it. So, you know, once I read your stuff, I can't read content anymore, right? I can't go back. I can't.
It's all sales. It's all marketing.
I can't read the the stuff anymore. Like, I can only read your stuff, right? Now, I like, no one should read my stuff. I got to backpedal on that like for the next hour, because just to get that bad taste out of my mouth for having said that. Like, no, you shouldn't read my stuff. No, I don't want you to read my stuff. No, I couldn't care less if you read my stuff. No, my stuff isn't good. No, I don't recommend it. So like, I can't say that enough. I'm only mentioning it because the guy mentioned it. Okay, that's it. So like, no, I don't think that if you read my stuff that you'd be better off. I really don't. That's not humility. I really don't, because to read my stuff, you have to be ready. Like my stuff will come across as the most negative, like, depressing, in your face, violent, wild attack. If you're not like, there's no way, right? It's you shouldn't read it. It's not even for you, right? Because but unless you understand that everything is a lie, right? And even when you said it's all marketing, it's even beyond that. I even the attempt at benevolence, even your friend. No, your friend isn't marketing to you. Your friend isn't selling anything to you. Your friend's a liar, right? Not an intentional liar.
Of course.
Does he wants your best at heart? I never mean anything is intentional. Okay. So but he's a liar, not because he's a mean liar, but he can't help it, because he is. It's like Invasion of the Body Snatchers, right? There's one guy left in the entire world, and everyone else is infected, right? And you have to understand that no matter how much of a suit and tie and well together the guy looks on the outside, he's body snatched. He's infected. Okay.
Yep.
And so unless you understand, you are the only person in the world who has a chance. That is, if you have a chance. You may not even be one of those people who has a chance. Okay. And it's very unlikely that a human being is. So that's one in a 50 billion, right? So unless, like, for the possibility of truth to be even born, whether it's in one profession, your profession is investing, or whatever it is, it's in one's life and relationship, and you mentioned you're taking care of your family, whatever it is, those are all chock full of truth. But instead, the human being is chock full of lies, and so his conduct, his behavior, his actions, his thoughts, his ways of being, his ways of relating, everything he does, from lifting a finger to opening his lips, from lifting a finger to opening his lips, is a lie. Okay. Now, he must understand that isn't something that he should prevent himself from doing. Like, stop lifting your finger, stop opening your lips. I'm not saying. I'm saying it's the understanding that all of one's thoughts and actions are coming from a substrate which has been fed to him for his entire life, not his own doing, not his fault. But nevertheless, because that's what's within him, that's what he has to understand. So it isn't about undoing. It is about undoing, but it really isn't, because there's no undoing if you don't understand. Because if you say, okay, I agree with you, fine, I'll buy what you're selling, right? It's okay. I'll take it on faith. I'll take it on your word that all I've been given is destruction and my life has been destroyed and it's all a lie. Okay, now how do I undo? That doesn't go anywhere because you took it on faith. Okay? And it's foolish to believe me. It's foolish to listen to anything I say. Because unless you have the understanding in your own personal experience, you don't have a prayer of undoing anything.
Hello. I'm 21, and right now I've been, at least for the last few days, been self-examining about what my potential is and what I'm capable of doing. What specific question would lead me to realizing the truth about my potential a lot quicker? Like, what am I not seeing or understanding? Because I know deep down inside what I'm capable of. And right now, the questions I'm asking, I don't think, or I feel as though they are making the journey a lot longer than it should be.
Potential is a very vague term.
What are like the capabilities? Like right now, I'm in business.
I know what potential means. You don't need to put a synonym for it.
Do not know what to say.
One must be crisp in his word choice. One must have truly considered and thought out the question. There can't be any junk food. Everything with precision. Every word chosen for a purpose. All things fitting together like a tapestry.
Is a solitary life the truth?
So if I lock you in a cage for the next 30 years, is that truth?
I guess that's an extreme case, but I'm wondering if
Okay. If I lock you in a cage that is not so far from the world, is that truth?
That's still
okay. If I place you in a room that is within 526.375 yards of the nearest human being for the next 30 years, is that truth?
You can be solitary around individuals where another individual's expressions do
why
not
are you asking the question?
direct
Why are you
your
asking the question?
behavior.
You
They
asked
do
the question.
only in the immediate.
A few years back, I read something from one of your books, and it was an interaction between a teacher and a student. And the teacher, the student asked the question of who am I? And the teacher responded, you're all that remains when you remove all the things you are not. And then the student eventually says, are you certain that I am none of the things I believe myself to be? And the teacher responds, yes, I'm certain about that. So when I read that, it was a brand new idea to me. I didn't understand it. It sounded quite out there. And I think over the past few years, I have read a lot more of your things that led me to other things. And I feel like at this point, I can say confidently to myself anyways, that I understand intellectually what that means and the idea behind that interaction. However, in the past 2 years, I don't think I've made an inch of progress in understanding that idea more than
you're not going to.
So my question is, do you have any comments on moving from the intellect?
Did you hear what I said?
Oh, no, I did not. Please repeat.
You're not going to.
I see. Okay. And
I'm not going to tell you it takes too long because you can have it in 5 seconds. It just depends on who you are. It depends upon what level one is looking for, the depth of his desire to find that. Once again, I'll go back to the statement that I don't know why anyone reads my stuff, because it's not really for anybody. Because what's going to happen is that, like you said, you read my stuff and then you went on to other stuff. It's all you're gonna, like, with the exception of mine, everything that even relates to anything like that is all
through the lens of spirituality. And as soon as you open the door of spirituality, you're gone. It's over. Game, set, match. The fat lady has sung. The credits are rolling. It's finished. Right? There's no way. There's not even a possibility for spirituality. And so, but when you went from my stuff to other stuff, you were doomed. And if you would have stayed with my stuff and only my stuff, you still could have been doomed. But then you would have been doomed for a different reason. But which may not, it doesn't matter because you, but with my stuff, at least you have a possibility, right? Possibility isn't very high because no matter how much truth I tell you, you have to be of a particular DNA to be sufficiently receptive to the truth. And receptive doesn't mean an effortful receptiveness. It means the just the capacity, right, to have like a bomb go off inside you. So so as soon as you go into spirituality, you can't enter through that door. And what I mean by can't doesn't mean you should not. Can't means that's not where it is, right? So I could say you can't get water from a rock. Okay? It doesn't mean you shouldn't try if you want to try. You can try, right? There's not a rule. But can't, when I say it, I mean that isn't where it is. Well, if you want to drink of water and you're in the desert, and unless there's some survivor trick that I don't know about, it's not, I'm no expert in the wild survivor, but maybe there's a trick, I don't know. But as far as I know, the rock shouldn't be where you're looking if you want water. So that like these are not rules, right? It isn't a rule that thou shalt not go by way of spirituality. Thou shalt not read about spirituality. Thou shalt not follow self-help and self-development and listen to people and mastermind groups, all this stupid, idiotic nonsense, drivel, garbage, right? There's no thou shalt not. If you want to, you can. But what I'm saying is it isn't there. And even that you shouldn't believe. You shouldn't take on faith. Go see. Who knows? Maybe you will get through spell. Maybe you'll be the first, right? So I mean, and I mean that. I mean, nothing is absolutely 100% impossible. One could, if one devotes himself to, if there's one grain of something in something, the guy could say, well, it's all nonsense, but there's one grain here and I'm going to devote my entire life to the one grain. Okay. Like there's no absolutely, I mean, in fact, and from that thing, you probably could get water from a rock. If you're going to go to that level and there's one grain and drop of water, maybe you can, right? But I'm talking practicality here, right? So that isn't where it is. So it isn't thou shalt not seek spirituality. It's not where so I didn't not put it there, right? I didn't extract truth from spirituality. That's not my doing. And I didn't take water out of the rock so that nobody would find water in rocks. Right? I'm just telling you the way it is. And that isn't where it is because that's artificial. Spirituality is artificial. It's fake. It's words. It's concepts. And concepts are not reality. Now, sure, there has to be probably some level of intellectual understanding that has to arrive at first before it can become visceral. Sure, I mean, that's not necessarily, but that's perfectly reasonable. But that isn't going to happen through spirituality, that jump is going to be made. Never. I mean, never in the sense of, unless you're willing to get one drop of water from a rock and devote life, okay, fine. Maybe it's, one drop less than never. Okay, fine. Just to be accurate, for completeness' sake. But if something is not where it is,
then to go that route is to fail before you even begin. So all of your effort is wasted. And why would you waste your effort? The reason that you would waste your effort is because you don't know that it isn't there. But then why would you know that it isn't there if everyone and their mother has always told you it's there? Well, you would never know that. In fact, they not only they've told you it's there, but they, it's being bombarded like gunfire at all times. That's all there is. So, like I was telling the other guy, I mean, unless you like want to put cotton in your ears and blindfold over your eyes, I mean, there's no way that you're going to avoid it, and there's no way that you're going to want to avoid it. But you want to go from intellectual to visceral in terms of finding out who you are. I mean, it's never going to be found through spirituality. So that, once again, it's one of those if you remember nothing else type of things.
Hi, Kapil. I'm new here into spirituality, but I notice what you all said is actually happening in my mind. My mind only brings either the past ideas of what have happened or the future, which is the fears that I'm afraid of. And I observe those.
So that isn't something that you found either. Yes,
I don't control them. They just keep
you
coming.
noticed that happen. Hang on, stop. You noticed that happening, but you picked that up from the world that the mind thinks only of the past and the future, right? That's jargon. It doesn't mean it's not. Doesn't mean that isn't what's happening. It doesn't mean that that isn't what happens. It's not what that. I'm saying. Even the first word you use is spirituality. You've been forgiven because you're new here, so you don't know that spirituality is nonsense. But and that might take you 45 years to discover even that one statement. But even that is conditioning. Those weren't your words. The mind thinks of only the past and the future.
That is correct.
So therefore, that's conditioning. That's brainwashing.
That is correct.
Okay? Now, okay, so that isn't wrong, and that. But do you have a question?
Yes.
Do you have a question?
Yes.
Okay, what's your question?
So when I observe what is going on through my mind, it's either the past or the future that I'm afraid of. There is an observer. That observer is not me.
Yeah, you're just you're just gone. Okay. I mean, my instinct is to tell you come back 40 years later, and by that time I'll be dead anyways. But it's not going to take you less than 40 years. Maybe if you're diligent, maybe you can do it in 5. I don't know. Okay. I think if you're new here, it would be best for you to sit back. Maybe if you want, you can read my stuff if you want. I mean, I'm not, but like you need to have some introduction. You can't just come up with a question because you have to be educated to ask the question, right? You can't, that's like you have to have swam in these waters for a while, right? Otherwise, it's going to be hoo, la di da di da, spiritual nonsense, self-help jargon, this Bhagwan Das, this, like, you don't have at this moment in time, or any moment in time near this moment in time, anywhere in the near future, you don't have the capacity to ask a question. Not to me. Not because I'm important. I'm not important. But because you don't even know what you're saying. You might as well have a surrogate asking the question for you. Like, even when I said these are not your words and you said yes, you don't even know that you're saying yes. Okay? You don't know what you're doing. You're too far away. Sit around for 3-5 years, maybe even 9 months. Who knows? I don't know who you are. So whatever, but you can't ask a question now.
Hi, Kapil. I hope you can hear me. My question is, when people care about what others think of them, is that because they genuinely care what other people?
So who is people and who
myself,
is
me.
Like I'm not here for. Okay, so unless you're like 15 people.
I'm sorry. When
I mean, okay. So don't speak in generalities. Don't ask hypotheticals. I'm not interested in Trivial Pursuit.
Gotcha. All right. So when I care, because I genuinely do, when I care about what people think of me, is that because I genuinely care what they think of me, or is it more like I'm afraid of seeing myself the way I think other people see me?
The answer won't help you because that I could say, multiple choice A or B. I could say B, or I could say A or all of, or none of the above. When you leave the phone call, that won't do anything for it.
Hi, Kapil. So I'm a young man, age 31. I'm a new parent. I have a young daughter, but I have a very complicated relationship with my parents. Just asking for guidance to how I can perhaps approach it differently, because I have a lot of...
Two words. These are pretty universal. Honesty and respect.
Hey, Kapil.
Test.
Yep, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yep, perfect. Thank you so much for taking the time tonight.
Sure, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. So as I'm sure you can see, we are recording, assuming that's all right with you. As far as I've heard, you actually prefer not to have pre-conversations for the podcasts that you've done, at least the ones that I've listened to. I actually prefer it that way as well. And when I started with my initial guests, I didn't, and then had a couple who would get on and be kind of confused as to whether we were like starting for the podcast or just talking. So I started doing just a quick pre-conversation with some people and saying, look, like, I'll give you some time at the end to tell people where to follow you and everything. And, obviously you'll have approval before I release, but I still to this day don't have any meaningful pre-conversations. Is that right? That's something that you like to just get rolling right away?
Sure.
So I have a number of questions I'd like to ask you. I think you have a lot of wisdom and truth that has resonated with me as such. At the same time, I would encourage you to ask any questions you have for me along the way. I really appreciate you taking the time, like I said, and think that this is something that you do for a number of people. Maybe you could start off just by telling those who aren't familiar what exactly you do in terms of coaching, teaching, and alike.
It's, to be honest, very difficult to explain. Essentially, it's the road to conquering the mind and the road to discovering truth in whatever the endeavor happens to be, whether it's life, business, or sport.
And before that, doing that as your main thing, you were a medical doctor, is that right?
I was a practicing physician. But then this became a natural calling and sort of organically took over, and it sort of became its own thing. So now it's something which is specifically for very sincere and serious individuals who tend to be very high performers, very high achievers in the world of business and performing arts and professional sport.
Yeah, it's very interesting, and transparently, I think that I don't see myself as having, and not that you necessarily did when you started, but the credentials to be a coach or to be a teacher, but it's something that I could certainly see myself developing into over time. You obviously started as a doctor, which takes a number of years. And then
the truth about that, I mean, if we're going to discuss the truth, which is the only thing worth discussing, then it isn't about credentials. I mean, even in medicine, the credential of MD gets you in the door with regard to the legal practice of medicine, but getting your MD has nothing at all to do with the practice of medicine. The practice of medicine and the practice of anything has to do with learning the craft. And that is never done in school. That's always done on the pavement. It's always done in the field.
That's fair. I think, well, I guess as a follow-up to that, do you believe that there are different times in a person's life where they could foresee, like for instance, with myself, that I could foresee an interest and a calling and a true wanting to, you know, credentials aside, excuses aside, become that type of coach or something similar, but different and unique from what you are doing at a different stage of life without having the compulsion to do that now? Is that something that you think is reasonable?
I don't quite understand the question.
So to your point, you don't need credentials to be a coach, right? I could, if I really wanted to coach and teach people, I could presumably find clients.
Well, but there's a massive implication in what you're saying, which is not, it's the elephant in the room. The implication in what you're saying is that credentials actually make you competent. And I would say that credentials don't make you competent at all. Credentials, what does school know about teaching anybody anything? There's nothing world-class about school. To become world-class in anything never begins or ends with a credential. So a credential is actually an interference. So the question of you can do it without having a credential implies that having a credential makes you competent at doing it. And it doesn't. It makes you mediocre.
I agree. I think what I was getting at was more so I'm enjoying doing what I'm doing now. I'm recording podcasts, I'm writing, I'm running, and I have a larger degree than I've had in the past amount of freedom, I would say, which I know is something I definitely want to talk about with you. I quit my job a year ago, which is, you know, a pretty objective, something that controls my time. I have to be in an office in a physical location from whatever it was. I was in investment banking, so it was like 10 a.m. to pretty late hours in the night. And then on weekends, I'm glued to my phone and on call and everything like that. Anyway, it was a little bit of a sidetrack, but what I was getting at earlier, I think, was that having the credentials doesn't necessarily enable or teach someone to do something better, to your point, and in the realm of coaching, I'll stick with. But if I was a former CEO and 40 years old or 50 years old and had sold $2 billion+ companies, I would have a far easier time. Not that I couldn't do it with the skill without that experience, but I would have a far easier time, I think, attracting founders, CEOs, athletes, whoever it might be, to become a client because of those credentials. Not to say that it's right or that I would be better at it. Do you agree with that?
Sure. You're basically talking about branding. And so you are using the experience as a credential. And so what you're saying is that credentialed experience of having done that might make those who come to you feel that because you have done that you would know something and that you'd be able to help them in some way. And I guess the only question would be, what precisely is it that they need help with? Because the fact is that the idea of help is a very nebulous concept. Human beings all basically search for the same things, and it doesn't. I mean, you're talking more of almost like a mentorship in the form of a coach, and I to be honest, I downplay all mentorships in coaching in general. I think coaching it's very hard to have these conversations because there are so many things that are not even mentioned that are almost they're taken as being understood, and they're not. You start conversations on the 7th level, and the first 6 are actually non-starters, but they're assumed to be correct, and that's why the conversation begins on the 7th. So even we need to back up like 15 steps and say, well, even what does a coach actually mean? So all the words that you're using, I know how you're using them, not because of you specifically, but because it's the culture, it's the world, it's society. And the way in which these things are used, even the fundament of those, I'm against. I don't think they do anything for anybody. They're just cosmetics. So even coaching someone, I know what you mean by it, and I think it's all irrelevant. I think coaching is irrelevant. I think teaching is irrelevant. And regardless of what you might say that I might do the same thing, I would say, first of all, I have no idea what it is that I do. And second of all, while someone from the outside might, by some stretch, categorize it under the category of coaching and teaching, it is a magnificent stretch to do so. But the only reason that would be done was because there are only so many words in the English language. And so therefore some of the words do overlap. And so you only have so many words to choose from.
Yeah, I agree and appreciate that. I agree with the sentiment of I don't have a word, like you said, you don't even know how to describe what you do.
Right.
I would hope to, like right now, I was trying to explain earlier, I can tell you a bunch of things that I spend my time doing, but I don't have a job, and that's by choice, and that's confusing enough to a lot of people. So when they ask me what I'm doing, it's a very hard question to answer. Transparently, I hope that that's an answer for a large portion of my life, because I think that the closer you are to a definition and the meaning, the societally accepted meaning of a word, whether it be coach or investment banker or entrepreneur, and those are broad words, but still relatively defined to, oh, you're probably spending 40 plus hours a week doing X, Y, and Z.
That's right.
And I don't want to need to do any of those things. If I choose to, so be it. But I appreciate that you can't describe what you're doing and don't expect you to do so. I'd like to, you mentioned how we kind of started 7 layers in with a lot of unspoken assumptions, perhaps. One thing that you touched at, so I'll just be up front. I have 5 or 6 on my computer. I have them saved as like key reminders, and they're things I haven't honestly edited them in a couple of years, but they're things that I think you would call truths in the way that you speak. And frankly, I don't call them that because I don't really know for certain, but they're things that I think are worth remembering for myself, and that's why I kind of save them as the key reminders. And I don't even look at it that often. I just kind of know them. One of them is that and I think this is at a pretty like first or second level, hopefully, is that words don't really have any meaning. So when I say coach, you have a certain idea of what I'm talking about. And so, you could argue that there's a meaning there. But then if I say football coach, you have a different idea. So how could coach really have meant any specific thing if another word put in front of it changes?
Coach means prescription. And there is not a single person, including you, in this world who does not prescribe.
So I know what you mean to some extent, because I at least know, I think, how you might describe what you mean. But for those who might want to follow along,
prescriptions are how-tos, our methods, our 5-step plans, our techniques.
Right. So how do you feel about the statement that I made that words have no meaning? And if
I think it's I think it's abstract. I think, you see, I don't really know who you are, and therefore I don't know the depth of your knowledge. So I cannot say that that where you're coming from is actually truth, because you have many people who say things, and it isn't that they're trying to be disingenuous. It is that their understanding is a cosmetic level, even though the words may overlap. You may have two people, one who has found truth and one who hasn't, or even one who is genuinely searching for truth and one who is not, and they both may make a phrase like the one you just said, but one of them is coming from a place of truth, and the other one is coming from a place of non-truth.
That makes sense. I mean, I could tell you I really believe that, but obviously you don't have to believe me in saying that. One question I would have is, how do you get to know someone? Over what time period would you be able to make an assessment that you said you couldn't currently make, not knowing me?
Well, it doesn't really matter what I think of you or anybody else, right? It doesn't matter what assessment I make.
That's fair.
What does it matter what viewpoint I have? It's all about you. Your life is all about you.
Yeah, for me, I guess part of it, and part of the reason I was excited to speak with you today, is that whatever it is that you say you do, the way that you speak and the things that you speak about, I haven't had any opportunity to speak with someone. Everyone's different, but I think remotely like you in any way. And I've heard people like you speak, and I've read what people like you, and I don't mean to say there's others like you, but I'm not going to put a word on the category, but I could read. So like, as an example, like Naval is someone that I understand, I don't know who else, like Yogananda is someone that I've read a little bit. But frankly, most of the truths, I guess, or the beliefs that I've come to put faith in have not really come from others. I'm sure at some point they didn't just like organically sprout in my head, but as one example, I was never a big reader. I've started reading over the last few years, but school, to the point you made earlier, turned me away from it because I had to read so much, and I wasn't a particularly fast reader or particularly interested in the stuff we were reading or the stuff you're supposed to remember or learn from it. So I'm trying to think of where I was going initially. I guess what I was saying is, speaking to you today, it doesn't matter what you think of me, but I was curious to know or to have a sense, because to some degree, based on limited exposure to people in this category, I don't even know myself if I do, like, to what degree I do understand this truth or these truths, and to what degree I am kind of bullshitting. And I'm, I don't intend to, but the number one person I think we all bullshit is ourselves. And so that was the drive probably for me asking what you think.
Yeah, I don't know what I think. I guess my interest and my awareness doesn't really go in the direction of, I wonder if you're genuine or not, because it's kind of irrelevant to me. But if you have direct questions that you'd like to ask, that may be what assists you most.
Yeah. So another thing that I've heard you mention is everything happens for a reason. Can you talk a little bit about what?
Well, I don't know that for a fact. The evidence seems to suggest that, but I cannot state for a fact that that is truth. And I'm not saying it is or it isn't. I'm just, from my perspective, I have not. There's a big difference between belief, opinion, and truth, and the first two don't mean anything. So, it based upon circumstantial evidence that I've experienced, it seems to be that way, but there's no point in delving into it because I cannot say for a fact that that is in fact true.
So maybe I was going to ask what you think of something. I'll just share it with no need to respond necessarily and then ask you another question. But that's one of the other 5 or 6 reminders that I mentioned is everything happens for a reason. Basically came to realize that or learn that and believe that from experience, whether it's true or not. Had a pretty bad freshman year of college that led to a pretty good several years since that I would look back, and if you had asked me if I wanted
but I think that there's a massive difference between correlation and causality. And that, coupled with the fact that the mind sees what it wants to see, makes it almost an unanswerable question as to whether that's actually true or not.
Yeah, so that's what initially exposed me to the possibility that it could be true. The reason I actually believe in it now is I tend to doubt things. Like anything anyone tells me, I have a lot of doubt, right? Or at the, I might.
But I'm going to cut you off just for a second. I mean, like, it doesn't even matter if it's true, because the premise upon which it is based is untruth, which is that everything happens for a good reason. What that basically means is everything happens in one's favor eventually. And favor is looking for pleasure and looking for self-advantage and looking for things to go one's way. And that in itself is untruth. So it doesn't matter. So if the table is untrue, the forks and the knives don't matter.
So one of the ways I think about things like this is, and maybe I should, maybe it would be wise or truer to change this, but I have not been as concerned with the truth as things that work to my advantage. And I think, to your point, that's just false kind of as it is. But that's how I justified everything happens for a reason. I was like, it doesn't matter if it's true or not. If I believe it and it's true, great, I believe in a truth. And if I believe it and it's false, then I just had the sense that believing everything happens for a reason will drive you to kind of make that become true and make good things for yourself. And so I came to the conclusion that it was a good thing to believe, regardless of whether it was true or false. But that's obviously different from something that is purely true. And I guess I've had a more difficult time identifying those things. Could you talk about something that you view?
Well, it isn't about identifying them. It's what you're interested in, not that you should be interested in one thing or another. You've mentioned the word belief about 25 times, and it isn't good or bad. There's no wrong or right, but you are enamored by belief. Belief holds something of value to you, and as long as it does, you are not a candidate for truth.
So how do you think about truth? What do you think? What is a truth for you?
Truth is a bedrock truth that is not based upon opinion or belief, and that which does not change.
So what is an example of one?
The self is the cause of all pain.
And that's essentially, so a truth. What's the difference between a truth and a fact?
I don't know. The conversation is getting boring when you go into definitions. Truth is just the truth. Don't go into the Webster's dictionary and try to. You know belief, you know opinion, and you know truth. And it's not belief and it's not opinion. separating truth from fact. I don't know. It's you get the gist of it.
Right. So let's talk about all source of suffering is from the self, did you say?
Yeah, it is, but it doesn't. You kind of. I'm not sure you want to go there because it isn't coming from you, and so it's going to come in. It's going to be a 20 questions type of thing, and that's not going to go anywhere. So you got to kind of take it where you got to kind of take it from the place that you have some personal knowledge and experience from, and that you are very interested in exploring.
I've heard other people speaking with you in the past have had sort of moments of silence throughout the conversation. They didn't quite know what to say, and I'm finding myself there now.
And that really isn't me. That's just the power of truth, because truth is uncompromising. It doesn't believe in chit chat. It doesn't believe in exploring concepts on an intellectual basis. It doesn't have any interest in helping people. It doesn't have any interest in whether you understand or not. It renders truth is the only thing that renders someone speechless, and it transforms human lives.
When I emailed you cold, this is our first time speaking, audio. I asked if you'd like to come on the podcast, and you asked me a question. Is it okay if I share?
Sure.
You basically just asked, what is your specific motivation for this request? And I responded that I thought I would enjoy the conversation and enjoy having had the conversation. If you don't remember, maybe it was not so meaningful. But was there any reason for asking that as?
Well, I think I followed that up with another email. I think I responded to that again.
Yeah, some of the things that you weren't interested in talking about.
Yeah, I think that's more relevant. You may want to read that.
Yeah, I can reiterate it best I can from memory. It was basically not wanting to talk about prescriptions, how-tos, tips, tricks, things like that.
Yes.
And I may accidentally be asking for those things. I'm not sure if you're implying that. It's not my intention to. I certainly want to respect, this is your time that you're sharing with me. And by the way, if I'm wasting it, we can end it. It's interesting for me to have this challenging conversation. So it's not a waste of my time, but genuinely, if it's zero,
you can ask what you like. You can ask what you like.
What questions do you typically begin with to your clients, or how do you begin conversations with your clients?
I don't begin in any way. I have no idea what I'm going to say. I don't recall what I did say. There's no briefcase. There's no PowerPoint presentation. There's no 5 steps. I have no clue.
So would you guys just sit there, or they typically start, or you basically
Basically, it's just, the cosmetics of it is irrelevant, but the truth is, it is simply an exploration of truth.
Is it okay? I mean, I can ask you questions. I don't know that I should ask you too many personal questions like I typically do in a podcast. My interest was more so in digging into some of these wisdoms, truths, whatever you want to call it, and I guess I'm not sure whether it's easier to do so in offering myself as an example to some degree, or
well, you can do it. You can do whatever you feel like. We can just play it however you organically feel. Whatever comes about, comes about.
So one thing you talk about is a universal human desire to feel good, to feel pleasure, that is endless to some extent, because that is, with pleasure comes pain. It's two sides of the same coin, I think you've said. And it gets back to the words have no meaning, that everything happens for a reason, there's no good and bad, there's no right and wrong. They're just, if something is better than normal, then something else has to be worse. Then normal has to be worse. I've thought about this in terms of like my days, almost like when if I have a day that I just don't feel great for whatever reason, I just feel a little down. I think, I need these days. Otherwise I don't have any good days. If everything was the same, there would be no good. If every sunset was a beautiful sunset, it wouldn't be a beautiful sunset. Is that accurate in terms of?
Well, the last part you added if all the days were the same, then they wouldn't be any good, or there would be no good. And if all the sunsets were beautiful, then there would be no beautiful sunset. Those are your additions. I didn't say those things.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to imply that you said those things. I was extrapolating my understanding of
So
a concept that you've introduced.
How you have conflated those things is that you view beauty as good, and you view good as good. And because a human being pleasure chases, he chases the good. And therefore, if you take away his good, he doesn't know what to do. So he doesn't mind having the bad, because the bad gives birth to the good. And he's more than willing to have all the bad in the world, because it gives him the opportunity to have its opposite.
In your view, is there a equal sort of component there where in order to experience amazing, you have to also experience terrible?
They're both the same.
Amazing
all of life,
and terrible.
All of life simply vacillates between one and the other. And as long as there's one, there will be the other.
Why is that?
It's just duality. It is just the way it is. If you look for good, you will experience bad, and vice versa. And the vast majority of the time, it will be bad, with a few shining moments of good. And you don't need to take anything on faith. One simply needs to examine their own life. But human beings believe society, and they believe these nonsense self-help books and these priests and pundits and gurus and spirituality and religion and motivational speakers and the latest bestseller list nonsense. And therefore, they spend their entire life chasing good and running away from bad.
Without knowing that they're both...
Without wanting to know.
Why don't people want to know?
No one's interested in the truth.
Why not?
The pleasure chase. DNA.
So it's
the number of people who have the DNA to seek the truth is extraordinarily small. Why that is, I don't know. The number of human beings who have the power, or the DNA, more the DNA than the power, to rise above their conditioning, or even have the desire to rise above their conditioning, is infinitesimal.
And the two cannot coexist. You cannot seek pleasure and truth.
Well, there's no rule. There just is no, but the search for pleasure is not truth. the search for pleasure is the search for pain. And none of what I am saying should be done or not done or adhered to or turned into a rule or prescribed or is good for you. In fact, I would say it's bad for you. Don't even do it. I hope you vomit if you do it.
Do you consider yourself a seeker of pleasure or a seeker of truth?
Truth is the center of my life. It is my obsession.
You were born that way, or you
That's
grew?
A good question. I'm not sure. If I look back retrospectively, there's always seeds of things in the past. So yes, the seeds of that were there, but it was never to this degree.
And when the seeds were there, but you weren't fully in it, what was like pleasure seeking, for example,
sure,
in the way?
Sure. Absolutely.
It was actively an obstacle.
Well, it wasn't seen as an obstacle.
So one of the reasons that I put some faith into the things that you say, beyond the fact that they largely make sense to me, I guess that might be odd. I don't know. Like you mentioned, it's somewhat of a rare piece of DNA or a rare person's DNA set that leads them to search for truth. I don't know if I'm one of those people. If it's possible to sense a seed, like I would say that I may have one, an inclination for that. But I forget where I was going with that, honestly. One of the reasons I put faith into the things that you say, and maybe that's completely the wrong way of saying it, but one of the reasons I value your time and willingness to answer some of my questions and share your wisdom with me or your truths is that not only are or were, I'm not sure, you replace whatever word you want for coach, what it is that you do for Naval, who I think is a tremendously successful business person that I might aspire to be like in some ways. And I think he comes from a perspective that is uncommon in the space. And so if you're sharing a lot of these truths that he's buying into so much, it's kind of like a connection of trust. And obviously I don't know him personally, so that could be silly in and of itself, but I think it's possible to trust people based on what they say, even if it's not personally to you. And secondarily, is it true that you have kids who are, and I don't know if this you don't want to talk about, but that are very good at golf?
Yes.
So I think one of the things that I look for always is like, that's pretty objective, right? And sure, they could have for all I know, you could be an incredible golfer, and it could be as much genetics as anything else. But when I see extraordinary success coming from someone who professes to have things worth listening to, ideas, truths worth listening to, that inclines me to believe them, or at least give them the benefit of the doubt for a while. How have you translated what you've come to know to them to lead to their success?
I wouldn't say I led to their success. The majority of any credit needs to go to the people themselves. by way of talent and by way of dedication and by way of, honing their craft. And I would say that it's not anything real specific that I might have said here or there. It's osmosis in many ways. However you are, and all whatever you are, you bring to the table, and whether it's considered good or bad or wrong or right, it's just what you are. And in that, I guess, in some ways, that bleeds off both the quote good and the quote bad.
So rather than explicit teachings driving any of their successes, which
the explicit, sure, there were a lot of things said, but what the majority of, you never know what your children are going to listen to and what they're not. You could say 25 things and emphasize number 7 and number 8, and you have no idea. In fact, you can almost guarantee that number 7 and number 8 are not going to be the ones that they hear. So it's being a certain way, not trying to be, but just that's the way you are. And that's sort of how those around you become, by taking from you nonverbal and verbal cues that you may, and most of which you perhaps didn't outright teach.
So to that point, I don't want to misquote you, but you've said something along the lines of people become like the environment that they're surrounded by, like the people that they're surrounded by. Have you, and correct me if I'm wrong on that, but have you intentionally sought to redesign your environment as you've progressed on this journey, or whatever you want to call it?
Yes.
How so?
By being alone.
Does that include books and other sources of information?
Yeah, I mean, books have very, very limited value. Books are good for if you want to learn the mechanics of a trade, for instance. But anything that is deep and artistic and, highly intricate, a book can't get you there. Books are basically, in many ways, proselytizers. They have an angle that they want to make you believe. They have a message to send to you, and they have a desire for you to imbibe that message. And that one thing, that one element, makes them largely useless.
It's refreshing to hear because, as I mentioned earlier, I stayed away from books for, I blamed it on school, but who knows really why. I just, like, to a surprising degree, did not read through college, essentially. I would get by in school by going to class and listening and figuring out what was read, and to a good enough degree to do decently. But I didn't read, and I've started in the last few years. I think I've come to believe that, and again, I'm using the word belief. I can maybe circle back to that later, but I've come to believe that the practice of reading is good, and you could say there's no good and bad, but using it as an operating word for the sake of what I'm saying, I think it's a better thing to be doing with my time than playing video games for the destination that I'm working towards, whatever that may be. And I also think that despite my having pretty bad rote memory and retention of what I read, it's probably useful for the type of knowledge that you mentioned, more of like an instruction manual, and obviously not things to be followed religiously, but for the purpose of truth and wisdom, I have always felt that it's not special, to say the least, that the truth can be better discovered. I thought of it in terms of just living and thinking, experiencing, observing. An argument could probably be made for that should be done only, and not only, but that the better piece of that is achieved in isolation. That's not really a jump that I had made, but my mother is an author, and so when I would say something like, I think books are actually dangerous, sort of for the same reason that you mentioned, which is that there's some sort of agenda that the author has, and by blindly reading and trusting every word, you're brainwashing yourself to some degree. And you need to be really careful what you choose, because it's not your agenda. Is this along similar lines of how you think of reading? Are you as cautious when it comes to books as I'm sort of interpreting?
I genuinely don't read books because I'm not interested in prescriptions. And there's no books that don't offer prescriptions. Like I said in the beginning, everyone is brainwashed and conditioned to give and receive prescriptions. There's no author out there who's writing books without prescriptions. Therefore, for me, there's no book to read.
But you've written books, and I've written quite a bit this past year and prior. Why? I can try to answer the question myself, but why is it that for myself, but why for you do you write, or did you write?
I write because I have to write.
You feel there's no choice?
Yes. At my fundament, I'm a writer. It is something that comes to me. It is the medium through which I explore.
Is there anything else that you have to do?
Discover truth.
Is there anything beyond those two things?
What's left?
So if you keep it at that,
as opposed to what? What else is there?
Yeah, I don't know. Read, exercise, eat.
But you're talking about basic functions of living. I don't think that you were asking that question a minute ago. I don't think that you were asking, do you eat or shower? I thought you were asking in the vein of, is there any other activity or any other pursuit that you're involved in?
Yeah, eat was a different, you're right, that was a different question, or in response to a different question. I think people would describe reading, and some people might describe reading and, what was the other one I said? Exercising as a compulsion or something that they feel they have to do, or starting a business.
Again, that's a daily living thing. That isn't a pursuit. A person doesn't exercise 19 hours a day. They don't live to exercise. That's just something that's one of the things they do for, quote, health or whatever it may be.
So let's look at writing then versus writing. You're creating words, right? And messages and whatever it may be. Is it fair to compare in a similar category building a business as something one could feel compelled to do?
I mean, there's no wrong or right. Whatever someone is driven to do, he's driven to do.
But you don't put that in a separate category like my prior examples, which probably didn't make sense. You think that's an appropriate thing in the same category?
Sure. Yeah. It's whatever your calling is. It's whatever grabs your heart.
You mentioned earlier that this pursuit of truth is something that happened organically for you over time, that it was a calling. To me, and I don't want to get into the semantics of the words, but calling I think of as like immediate realization of sorts, whereas organic implies a long-term trend towards something. Which or where in between was the case for you?
Yeah, I don't like definitions. They don't go anywhere.
I guess I don't mean to ask you to label it as much as shed light on your experience of moving towards where you are now.
If you're asking how it happened, I don't know.
This might be a little different, but another thing you've spoken about is how no person who is great at anything can really describe exactly how it is that they do it.
Yes.
But most people try. You don't. It's a
most
useless.
People do a lot of things.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with anything? As if trying does anything. What is, if something isn't truth, what does it matter if you try to do it? Everyone caters to everyone else. All of human action is based upon ego and vanity. So to try to show someone because you want to help them, or because it makes you feel good, or because you want to show off, or even if it isn't to show off, just because it makes you feel like, it's the ego of the helper. Therefore you try, and therefore you check the box of trying. What does that have to do with anything? There's only truth and there's not truth. That's all there is. How much effort you put in, what you tried, it doesn't matter. There's no credit. People like to assume there is. You get credit for trying, and you get credit for helping your fellow man. You don't get credit for anything. There's just the truth, and there's not the truth. And the most insincere question that anybody could ever ask at this very juncture is, well, then what is the truth? Because that person who asked that question doesn't really want the truth. They just want some words that they can call the truth. And maybe a more accurate representation of the truth, and maybe perhaps a more specific representation of the truth, is the maniacal and obsessive and devotional search for truth. That'll eliminate everybody.
Sorry, can you say that again? Maniacal.
If you want to stump me, ask me to repeat. I don't know what I just said.
Okay. Well, let's just take maniacal, which I think of, is that, just to give me, I don't exactly know what that means. That's obsessive, basically, right? Like a maniac.
Yeah.
So yes. An obsessive desire or want, you might have said, and just take what I'm saying and tell me if it's rings true. But basically that you're talking about an obsessive drive for truth, which, if I remove the ultimate destination of truth, obsessive drive, I think, is at the root of anyone who does anything extraordinary. I hesitate to make overarching comments like that, so I might pull it back a little bit. But with a lot of people, it's an obsession that drives to levels that wouldn't be believed. Are you obsessed?
Yes.
Do you agree that obsession leads to extraordinary outcomes, unlike other characteristics that people might have?
It does, but it doesn't matter. Because the person who becomes obsessed for an extraordinary outcome is not truly obsessed.
They would only be, if anything, obsessed with that outcome to some degree.
Yeah, they're just, using it as a clever trick. It isn't what you choose. It's what chooses you.
How does someone open themselves to being chosen if that's...
No, that doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, I guess that's a prescription.
Absolutely.
Well, I know we're coming up on the time that I had scheduled, and this is about the longest silence I've had thus far, so maybe it's just time to end. I'll give you, if you have anything else to say, obviously the floor to do so, but appreciate you making the time today. Certainly a different conversation for me to have, and one that I'm looking forward to listening back to. So thank you very much for your time and perspective.
Certainly.